Siyathokoza, can we ask before we start, because we are live currently now on the YouTube channel for physical distancing, if you can just leave one chair from, so that we are not being found to have violated the COVID-19 regulations. Dumelang sanibonani, I didn't intend to start on that note, but I had to, just to say we give each other a space. Even to remind you that as we are commemorating and celebrating the 90th anniversary birthday of Mayor Dr. Miriam Zenzile Makeba, a partnership between the Thabo Mbeki African School of Public and International Affairs, the College of Law, and the Miriam Makeba Foundation. This intergenerational dialogue performance and cultural performance we want to welcome you once more. There will be those official welcoming. Asitogoze Kusanga Dramas who welcome us. And I'm with Professor Edith Paswane from the Thabo Mbeki Public and International School.
Thank you, Sipho. This is Edith Paswana from Thabo Mbeki African School of Public and International Affairs, and I'm your host this morning for the rest of the day. And I want to welcome everyone. Sipho and I will interchange in the proceedings of today, and I see beautiful people, I see icons, I see academics, I see musicians. Oh, it's beautiful. And welcome, a round of applause for everyone. Thank you.
Just the house rules, if we can put all our phones on silence. And because we are streaming, we avoid people going up and down. The youth of today are into IR, even Mamazi was into IR of these drums. If you want your Wi-Fi, it's UNISA Events, password is UNISA 2021. I'll repeat it, UNISA Events, password 2021. Let me now call upon the Executive Dean of the Thabo Mbeki African School of Public and International Affairs, Professor Sibusiso Vili Nkomo, to come and do an opening and welcome remarks. A round of applause, and I know the birthday will come.
Good morning. Dumelang. Tsugile. Bulelan. Muere. When I came into this great hall, named after the greatest gift to South Africa in music, Miriam Zenzile Makeba. When I came into this room, her voice was being projected through the screen. This brought back many memories of my childhood, many memories of actually getting an opportunity to get closer to her in New York City. This is definitely a very special occasion. She was a genius. Let me underscore that. She was a music genius. Beautiful voice, a person of the world. I take this opportunity on behalf of Professor Kole, who is the acting Executive Dean of the Faculty of Law, and also the opportunity to also bring in the name of the Vice Chancellor of this university, Professor Buleng Linkabula. I'm going to welcome you on their behalf and also on behalf of the Thabo Mbeki African School of Public and International Affairs. We have in our midst distinguished guests. I hope we have family also being part of this occasion. Friends of the late Miriam Makeba, freedom-loving people. We're going to have great speakers, performers. We've already had an opportunity to enjoy and listen to the performance, which is second to none. Historians are here, I hope, who are going to record this historic day of commemorating. I had a difficulty in saying it's a birthday celebration, but I came to the conclusion that it's a birthday celebration, but with the element of commemoration, very serious commemoration of an outstanding human being. Thinkers are here, I hope. I hope that writers are here, and many more stories will be written about this formidable human being, Miriam Makeba. And I'm also hoping that students are here to become part of the custodians of the history of music in this country, this beautiful country. Though having passed on, Miriam Makeba will always be remembered as a leader, a voice of the dispossessed, an educator, an intellectual, a poet using music, and a humanitarian. Those who knew her very well, I hope, have been invited, the Barbara Masekelas, the Peter Davidsons, and many others. I see Mayor Abigail Kubeka is here. Yes, these are people who should be part of this history making of today. This occasion epitomizes the life of Miriam Makeba. It tells the world about this great, outstanding person who was an educator and teacher. The birthday commemoration, for me, is a reminder about a South African who traversed this country, the continent, the Americas, the Caribbean, and the world, and made a lasting impression. I can tell you that there's an American right now who wanted to be part of this event from Barnard College, which is a women's college in the United States, who would have wanted to be here. She's actually working on a book on Miriam Zenzile Makeba. She is fondly remembered in the African American community, I must tell you that. Very fondly remembered in the African American community. She's fondly remembered in the Caribbean, in the African continent. Even intellectuals, some of them who moved to South Africa, will tell you that they were inspired by people like Miriam Makeba to be part of the anti-apartheid movement. Because she was not only a musician, she was a communicator, a great communicator, a great educator, and a person who also mobilized in the United Nations to have apartheid to be declared a crime against humanity. I want to welcome you all, and I want to assure you that it's a wonderful occasion to hold. We should all be thankful that this South Africa produced a person of Miriam Zenzile Makeba's caliber. We should be grateful about that, and never should we forget about the beautiful voice, the poetry in her music, the historic facts stated in her music, and also being a pioneer in the globalization of South Africa. South Africa became part of the globe, and as we're talking today, South Africa still remains as part of the globe because of the hard work of people like Miriam Makeba and others. Today it's Miriam Makeba's day. I would mention others like Jonas Gwangwa, etc., or people like Hugh Masekela. But I'm not going to do that because this is Miriam Makeba's special day. So I look forward to hearing more and listening more and seeing this day be a success. Make it a success. Let's make it a day on which we can all walk out of here and say, we are proud to be South African. I'm proud to be an African, and I'm proud to be a citizen of the world. Welcome. Thank you.
As Prof. Nkomo said, this is the day of Miriam Makeba. It's Mama Africa's Day. We want to welcome everybody who has joined us on UNISA YouTube channel, on Thabo Mbeki African School on Public and International Affairs YouTube, and all those who have joined us in spirit wherever they are. Can we call the chairperson of now Miriam Makeba Center for Girls, Metato Mkhotu, to come and give a message. This is one of the legacy projects of Mama Africa, the Center for Girls, that the University of the Land of South Africa must gravitate towards adopting it at some point. And as we call you Metato, we know every time when it is passing, you always commemorate her. But today it is her 8th day. Let's remember it.
Good morning, everyone. Honorable family of Umama and her friends, and everybody that is invited, especially the students. Today, I'm here to pass a message. And my message, it's going to talk to each and everyone that is here. Umama left a legacy. She was passionate. We all know her as somebody who had Ubuntu. And what is Ubuntu? It's a philosophy in Nguni, which is a humanity to others. You know, that is something that we all have, especially as Africans. It's about compassion, which is something that she had. It's about humanity, Butu, that she also had. And what is meaning of Ubuntu? It consists of love. We all know how much she loved her country, meaning each and everyone that is sitting here. We all know that she played a role for us to be where we are. It's about the truth. In one of her interviews in Finland in 1969, she spoke about apartheid. And then she clearly said, people say I'm a politician. I am not talking politics. I am talking about what's happening in South Africa. So she literally used the microphone, and she used her voice to talk and to speak about apartheid that was happening in South Africa. That is something that we need to take recognition of. A lot of people were scared to even mention anything that had to do with apartheid. But she took that upon herself because she loved the country that much. And it's about happiness. We all know how happy she was, especially when she was performing. The music made each and everyone that was listening to be happy because of she was portraying the happiness that she had, even though she was sad inside. Ubuntu is about the inner goodness. You can never feel good if you're not doing something for abantu abanye. It's not about you as an individual. It's about the impact that you're having to others. Umama had a center that took care of young girls because she believed that once you take a girl, especially who comes from gender-based violence, and you give her an established house that seems like a home, and you give them skills and you develop them, then they become to be any human being, or they get to be sustainable themselves. That's what the center was supposed to be doing. It's sad today to mention that when they say when somebody passes and a legacy passes, but I'm saying it will take each and everyone that is in the room, especially the university, to work together with the center, to work together with her friends that are still here, because the same thing that happened to her might happen to them. So we are here as the youth, we are here as the women, we are here as the university and pleading to the university and each and everyone that is in the room right here. Can this stop with her? Because we are here to stop it so that when you leave a legacy, the people behind can still see what you have left. It shouldn't die with you. So can we now take a stand as my message to say, let's use Ubuntu. Let's see, because Ubuntu, we are known as Africans with Ubuntu. So one of the quotes, it says, I quote, "Be careful, think about the effect of what you say. Your words should be constructive, bring people together, not pull them apart." So that words, they should sit in your heart today so that you think about them each and every day to say, whatever that I'm going to say, is it going to build or is it going to destroy? Our words should be constructive, and I think it will take us today so that we don't only celebrate her 90th birthday, but we also use, because she used her voice, she used a microphone, but we have all the resources that we can ask for. We have the skills within the room, and we can see what is it that we can do, firstly, to make sure that we bring back the center to life, and secondly, to make sure that we rise with a legacy so that others' legacy also don't disappear. On that note, let's continue with being Abantu base South Africa, Abantu base Africa, and continue with the legacy as a mama. Thank you.
Ralibucha Nkosi Metato, you have spoken about the element of Ubuntu. It even is our foreign policy in this country, Ubuntu. Moving from African Renaissance to Ubuntu, you emphasize about how we should work together in terms of sustaining her legacy. I will now call upon Ntate David Letswalo from the Thabo Mbeki African School of Public and International Affairs, who is working on the student support and community engagement. But Ntate Letswalo, even 4 years ago, 2019, Prof, when we were in the same building with the late Jonas Wangwa, we were instrumental in remembering Miriam Makeba in 2019, just a day after Dorothy passed on, Masuku, on the 3rd of March. So as we remember Me, we should also remember Aunt Dot, Dorothy Masuku, who her day was yesterday, the 3rd of March, 2019. Today we are on a 9 decades. David Letswalo, you can come forward. David Letswalo, if you read the Sunday Independent, he's a Sankarist who's always writing and writing. He's always behind the scenes. Ralibuch.
Sipo, I don't know whether to be sad or laugh, you know. But Dumelang, I don't know where to start because I'm somebody who easily get overwhelmed. Every time I speak or write, I write from deep emotions. So before I start with my presentation, I want to say that I had a dream last night. It was not a nightmare. But I don't know whether I should share that dream with you because it might be irrelevant. It was a dream about Mama Miriam Makeba, and I couldn't believe it. So it was a picture of her being a president of a particular country. And then you can imagine who her ministers would be. the minister of song, and so on and so on. But quite importantly, it would have been a kind of leadership that would believe in Sodla Sonke, that element of sharing. We don't have it anymore. So that is part, but I won't go far into that, but just to let you know, if you're interested, you can always engage so that I can explore that dream fully with you. Professor Nkomo, thank you very much for your leadership in the Thabo Mbeki African School of Public and International Affairs. I also want to acknowledge in absentia Professor Kole from the College of Law, as I do really acknowledge all members of the Miriam Makeba family and the foundation. And I also want to salute all her friends, peers, contemporaries in song and politics. Thank you for gracing this occasion with your presence. The advantage of us working in partnership with the foundation is that it's easy to get you here. Because if it were not through the foundation, I can imagine how difficult it would have been to get you all here. I think it would have invoiced us, terribly. But thank you so much. Really appreciate it. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are gathered here in unity in the name of one who would have easily brought us together in her lifetime. She continues to do so almost even 14 years after her departure from this troubled world. She used song and her true sense of being as political messaging. She stayed true to being African wherever she was in the world, because she never pretended or veered from who she was. She was more legitimate and genuine than most of us, as she never succumbed to the ideals of a settler community. Her essence and values traveled with her wherever she went. So this is somebody who never sold out, who never betrayed Africa and Africanness. Given what has befallen us in our country post-1994 and what is happening in the world from a geopolitical and geo-economic point of view, Africa today needs the inspiration, boldness, guidance, and lessons from unapologetically African-centered leaders such as Dr. Miriam Makeba. This essentially speaks to the issues of, amongst others, curriculum transformation and development, citizenship science, peace and conflict resolution, as well as public leadership, particularly on the element of servant leadership. Mama Africa symbolizes these and other values. Mine is really not to talk about her, as there are opposite, well-qualified people lined up in the program to traverse her life, her values and legacy from different perspectives. Some will be from a scholarship point of view, while others are from purely personal experiences and relationship with her. The TM School is a newly established premier international graduate school offering public sector education in the area of public and international affairs, emphasizing the logic of excellence. Those people who have got this tendency of saying we're going to study somewhere else, America, and coming here to say, yeah, we got excellence, I think those days should be gone, because here is the TM School, which is premised on that logic of excellence. This school is positioned to offer courses relevant to global challenges whilst maintaining its African character, its imprint as an African school, and the influence in that regard. Importantly, the approach that the TM School has adopted is that of transdisciplinary scholarly engagement. This should already explain how and perhaps why this program today has been constructed. This is an exercise premised on engaged scholarship, in terms of which the life and legacy of Mama Miriam Makeba is explored, reinterpreted, and celebrated. The multifaceted nature of her life and what she symbolized presents us with the opportunity to scrutinize our reality so as to define our future. It is in this respect that we cannot afford not to be futuristic in our approach to scholarship. I emphasize that areas such as history, heritage, peace, development, justice, human rights, international relations, art, music, Africanness, Pan-Africanism, humanity, sharing, loving, resistance, and many more aspects do coalesce around her. Through the partnership involving the College of Law, the Miriam Makeba Foundation, and of course, the Thabo Mbeki African School of Public and International Affairs, we are able today to engage on issues relating to intellectual property, particularly copyright, as it relates to music and the arts, also on issues of heritage and historicity. As Afrika Sipo indicated earlier on, in 2019, we celebrated what would have been her 87th birthday in partnership with the Miriam Makeba Foundation. We explored her life as a Pan-African cultural ambassador through an intergenerational dialogue, a film screening, cultural performances, and an exhibition tracing her life and times. This year, as your programs clearly indicate, the focus is on the theme multi-perspectives on the values, music, symbolism, and legacy of Miriam Makeba. This will include issues of cultural diplomacy, in other words, touching on issues of creating the ties that bind African Renaissance, heritage, and challenges of the arts or music industry, and of course, as I indicated, intellectual property rights for African musicians. The area of music law takes a specific prominence in this regard. So I'm happy that we're going to be able to engage in these very, very relevant areas. All these points, ladies and gentlemen, my Africa, they do intersect with Dr. Makeba's legacy on issues of dispute resolution in African contexts. Her rights as a musician, her rights as an artist, and quite importantly, bringing to bear the notion of goodwill ambassador and cultural diplomacy. I'm glad that Sister Tatu Mukutu has spoken about the Miriam Makeba Center for Girls. I think this partnership, Prof. Nkomo, that we have with the Miriam Makeba Foundation should further explore the possibility of exposing this center, that is the Miriam Makeba Center for Girls, to UNISA from a community outreach and engaged scholarship perspective. It is also important that such discussions should entail issues of African-centered education, women leadership, and Pan-Africanism in the spirit of African Renaissance. We can't be talking about and celebrating Mama Miriam Makeba without emphasizing issues of how women leadership has been hard done by in modern societies, including our own country. So recently there was this debate, another debate about, we haven't had a woman president as a country ever since, not only since 1994, but ever since the South African state was created. So it means we have actually taken over the mentality of anti-women perspectives into our new society. So I don't see us having a woman president in the near future. And this is the kind of debate that assailed us recently on the issue of the appointment of a chief justice. But this is not our space today. Today we're celebrating Mama. So as I said, and reflecting on this continent in the context of the unsavory global politics today, the case for Africa's renewal or African Renaissance can never be more urgent. It is now 20 years since the University of South Africa, UNISA, awarded Mama Zenzile Makeba an honorary doctorate in literature and philosophy. That is, it was in 2002, and went on to rename this concert hall after her in 2009. We are in the Dr. Miriam Makeba Concert Hall. Let me digress a bit and say that I've got a friend, a prominent friend in the music industry. He didn't ask me to say his name, but I'm gonna share with you what he said. He said, David, the Miriam Makeba Hall was supposed to have developed into a cultural and iconic space. Those are his words, not mine. But these words got in me thinking in any way. So, former President Mbeki, so you can see how nature and forces collude to bring a product. Former President Thabo Mbeki appointed Mama Miriam Makeba as South Africa's Goodwill Ambassador to the continent in 2001. He stressed that the appointment of Makeba was aimed at strengthening South Africa's bonds of friendship and solidarity with fellow Africans. So this appointment effectively made her South Africa's first and only cultural and goodwill ambassador to Africa and the world. So, ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, a very, very short conclusion. I would like to make a point that wherever we are, be as artists particularly, we are ourselves ammunition. We are weapons. So I think for all the artists in the world, in the country, you should realize that being an artist, you are a weapon. In 2019, I asked a question, amongst others, why haven't we heard a song about e-tolls? Either praising them or something else. That is the essence of all that. So, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to say today we all should be feeling like Makeba. Today it feels good to be a Makeba. Thank you so much.
Indeed, today it feels to be Mama Africa, to be sons and daughters of the soil. I think David Litswalo captured the essence why UNISA find itself trapped to be still honoring me, despite having been given almost 12 honorary doctorates by 12 universities, and we remain to be the one. As we are now going to our first panel, which David has already emphasized, that we will be looking at the question of the values, the music, symbols, and the legacy of Miriam Makeba. I would like to call upon Dr. Solohalani to just be on the chair there, and Professor Danieline Miller and Professor Zoda Moza Madikani to be on our podium, as I'm bringing Mandisa Vundla from Soweto, Zone 2, Deep Kloof, to come and give us a poem, a love song for Miriam Makeba. As our panelists are sitting there, we want to remind you that this is the day of May. Issues of her music, her symbolism, her legacy will always remain. And as I call Mandisa Vundla to come to the podium as well, to come and render a poem in honor of Mama Africa, the 9 decades that we are even reflecting. We welcome everyone who has joined us, a cultural diplomat of stature. Mandisa, can you come forward? As Mandisa, we are Soweto, and Miriam used to stay in Soweto. There's a debate whether Umama Basala e Mufulo, Abasala e Mzimhlope, but it's a family that will tell you about Mufulo in most instances. And let me again acknowledge the image that you see when you enter this hall. It was painted by the elder who's sitting at the front here, Ntate Caswell Masangu. I am mentioning Ntate Caswell because she's an uncle of the children of the grandchildren of Miriam Makeba. So whenever you take a picture, they know who was the painter. Mandisa, the floor is yours, my dear.
Dumelang. My name is Mandisa Vundla, and I am a poet everywhere I go. I'm honored to be here to celebrate a woman whose voice anchors my work so deeply. A love song for Miriam isn't just a poem, it's also the title of my spoken word tribute album to thank her for the courage she has lent me and my voice. In Miriam's voice, she says, girls are the future mothers of our society, and it is important that we focus on their well-being. I'd like to expand on that a little by saying children are our future, and it's important that we focus on their well-being. When I'm not writing poetry, when I'm not performing, I'm mentoring young emerging poets between the ages of 13 to 21 through the Brave Spoken Youth Poetry Institute. And sometimes I turn experiences like these for experiences for them to tag along and see what it means and what poetry means on the other side of the classroom. I also can't wait to see the rise of the Miriam Makeba Center for Girls. When we look after our children, we also look after ourselves. So this is for Miriam. Dear Miriam, I am holding the keys to your songs in my hands. I know you opened the world with a mouth full of teeth clinging to the border. You held the click of our bones in the twist of your tongue. You electrifying song, burning through skin and bone. When you sing, salt water seeps through your throat, sterilizes our bones, soaks all our stones, and all our blood returns with a pulse to its people. You made music like you were making a war cry for its mother tongue, though home was a distant wounded storm. You sang for the hurricane, gushing through our bones. You gave noise a quiet voice for grieving, a gentle blues for the descendants of a noose, for jumping jacks, for kings and queens of solitaire. I hope you rest in the music you gave. Our country is still a bleeding tune. We do not sing the way we sang along to you, Mazi. You may be gone In the song of bone and the music of drying flesh, your organs may have stopped playing. Your body is mute, but the music never stops breathing for you, Miriam. Thank you.
This panel has got 5 people actually. Don't be shocked to see the trinity here. We have Mayor Sbongile Ngoma will be joining them. Dr. Joel Baloy from UNISA, Music Law, who's in the Registrar's Office. And the 3 speakers will start with Dr. Sello Khalane. Kimunna Wapula, I don't need to introduce him with a long biography. Ntate Khalane, every speaker will speak for 5 minutes because we want this audience here, this beautiful audience, to engage with them. They are not going to give a lecture. They are giving just the antidotes. They just reflect on the values, on the music, on the symbols. The other 2 beautiful mothers and sisters that you see with Dr. Khalane, they are from UNISA. Dr. Miller, Prof. Miller from Cape Town, he's part of Thabo Mbeki School. Professor Zodwa is from UNISA, Transformation and Change Management. A very critical debate of Ubuntu that Miriam Makeba resemble. Ntate Khalane, a ke go bitse o tle go re fa botlhale le kitso ya ga Miriam Makeba. La mogetse ma Afrika.
Pula. Kare pula wa gaetjhe. We are pressed for time, all protocol observed, but allow me to just greet Professor Nkomo, Professor Paswana, Professor Dilimela, Professor Zodwa, Mutsamadikane, Dr. Joy Baloy, the Makeba family, Mam Abigail, Sismara, Linda Nana Makebali, Spogazi, Ringo Matengozi, Dr. Sebotladi, Ntikwane, who's going to give us music a bit later, and all protocol observed. It's a great honor to be given an opportunity to reflect on such a colossus. Mama Miriam Makeba, often when South African music is spoken about, we talk about it as if it began with the recording of music at Gallo. Music in this country has always been there millennia before. Gallo played a very important place in recording the music from the early 30s, and I'm happy Gallo is here to be able to deal with some of these things. Miriam Makeba is a daughter of a Swazi mother and a Xhosa father, well known as Mama Afrika. In the week ago, Sesbushi Matlu sent me an article that says, why was Miriam Makeba called Mama Afrika? She will talk to that. It's a very important submission. Umama Miriam Makeba is born in a context where Butimba, Lutsango, Umemo, Lusekwana, Kumegeza, Inkadla, Chikona, Kiba, Vusa, Shinjerere, Shpelani, Shifase, Zentimotau, Tama Manchomani, Kiba Mansegele, Chuchu, Kantla, Dikoma, Tabu Jale, Tabu Huera, Dipina Tamusebe, Tita Lenyalo, the genres of dance, Imbele, Kontonchana, Umnungo, Umkanso, Umkiti, umtsilo ngeSiswati, ngeSizulu isishameni, isinhlobo zokusina indlamu. This is the context of who we are. Miriam Makeba is born in that milieu of music. So when we talk Mama Miriam Makeba, we must not begin with the classification that was brought up by record companies, whether she was singing jazz or Afro-pop, or no. The essence of Mama Miriam Makeba begins in this backdrop. She comes out of these people, us, who make this music. And that's why when she did Abangoma, and she did all the songs of the healers, it is because it comes from this background. Now, the recording culture started in 1920 with Marabi, played with the piano, and, African gospel, was sung in a cappella, and then African jazz and jive was a fusion of Marabi and swing. 1931, when Jürgen Schödebeck was born in Germany and came to South Africa to be the journalist who took a photo when he grew up later of what Miriam Makeba called the village of Mfulo. You and I know village Mfulo as a township. She knew it as a village. Before Jürgen Schödebeck took the first picture, when very interesting enough, when Soweto was being turned into a township, the first house Jürgen Schödebeck took a picture of. I had to interview him in 2001 when I was to write briefing notes for Professor Kara Asmal for a speech to open Jürgen Schödebeck's exhibition. And I got to get. But Miriam Makeba, let's zone back to her after this backdrop. Ubuntu, as it was said. Miriam Makeba, the values of Ubuntu, Botu. Refusing to dismember the humaneness of humanity, and she was a defender of nationhood, of human dignity, of human rights, of equality, and of freedom. She was she held very dearly family values. I quote, "A mother is a cushion on which children should fall." Close quotes. That was Miriam Makeba when she was asked about how her travels all over the world affected the upbringing of her only daughter, Bongi, the mother of our own Zenzi, seated over here, and Lumumba, and the grandmother of the young Lee Makeba. We are here talking about Mama Makeba, who is associated with a number of artists and acts. The Cuban brothers, the Manhattan brothers, the Skylarks, Harry Belafonte, Hugh Masekela, Paul Simon, Bongi Makeba, Nina Simone, Dizzy Gillespie. This is the creative, artistic family to which she belonged. Miriam Makeba is known for her respect for spirituality. Spirituality is a value that she held very dearly. Though she didn't concede it to anyone, her apparent transfixion when she took to stage says a lot about the power of spirituality. She had a tender smile and the power in her voice. And she would open her eyes and make them that big. And immediately after singing, belting those tunes, and you say, "How are you, Mama?" She says, "I am fine." Humility There. So forgiveness, it's something that Miriam Makeba is known for. After 30 years of exile, coming back home from Brussels on the 10th of June, 1990, to Mzimhlophe, she says, I had gotten over the anger of being exiled a long time ago. After 30 years of exile, forgiveness. Rootedness. She was a culture bearer. Miriam Makeba and Dr. Philip Tabane, you're talking Mzimhlophe, you're talking Mfulo. You still haven't spoken about Miriam Makeba until you talk Haramotsekhwa in the mountains of Mamelodi, where she and Dr. Philip Tabane grew up in the same street and where they shared music. Both their mothers were healers. Sis Miriam Makeba's brother was a pianist. Sis Abu Philip Tabane's brother was a guitarist. No wonder they are the only of the few artists we've got who left the country and went overseas with some of the greatest we've got around here who visited over there and never had to change their music. They didn't find that they had done something wrong when they got there to fix it, nor to get influenced and come back with the music that they thought was able to be made better. Humanitarian of note. For her, she worked. Those who know Miriam Makeba, when she was in the States, she was such a humanitarian that she raised money for human rights struggles. And that almost got her in trouble with the American government. She worked with Stokely Carmichael, later known as Kwame Ture, and they raised money for Huey P. Newton's release. She was a precursor forerunner of the founding provisions of our Constitution, as I've said, human rights, human dignity, freedom, and equality. She, acknowledged her own shortcomings, that she lacked knowledge about copyright, about publishing right, about mechanical rights when we were together at Felicia Mabuza Sattel show. She is associated with 30 albums, 19 compilations. She is associated with 15 record companies all over the world. And if we were able to go to the United Nations to repatriate her speech there, what amount of work do we have to go through 15 record companies to get her work back to the country? As I close, Miriam Makeba was credited for bringing African themes, to the Western audiences together with Yosondor, Salif Keita, Alifa Touré, Baba Mal, Angelique Kidjo. Back home here, Spogazi, Tandi Somazoi, Simpiwe Dana are credited to have had great influence from her. I have a discography of her music. We'll talk about it when I'm seated down. Symbolism of humility, strength, fearlessness, voice of voiceless, total liberation, spirituality, the Sphinx that rises from the ashes. Her legacy, UN Goodwill Ambassador 1999, Goodwill Ambassador to Africa 2001, Ubuntu, Empress of Song, young unknown Mfulo village girl, as she was known out there, one of the most powerful voices to ever have come to be heard, coming from South African Township, South Africa's international singing success. A consummate author, a recipient of about 12 doctorates, honorary doctorates all over the world. And I close by saying, I read 2 lines or so that she wrote. She says, I look at an ant and I see myself, a native South African, endowed by nature with a strength much greater than my size, so I might cope with the weight of racism that crushes my spirit. I look like a bird. And I see myself, a native South African, soaring above the injustice of apartheid on wings of pride, the pride of a beautiful people. I look like a stream. I see myself, a native South African, flowing irresistibly over the obstacles until they become smooth and one day disappear, flowing from the origin that has been forgotten toward an end that will never be. I thank you.
Raleboga, Dr. Khalani, even if you had skipped your, you have went beyond your time. I don't know how am I going to convince the lionesses that are close to you that I don't become strict because you went, Prof. Miller, if you can know, Prof. Miller. Yeah, Miller, it's you. Can I call Prof. Miller, Danieline Miller, to come forth? I think we have been given another insight about Riverside Tshwane, that when you trace and track Mama's journey, it's not only in Soweto, there's another part that we can track. Dr. Khalani shared even some of memories working with me. And I think the beginning of what he said on the spiritual component of me is what we needed to know beyond the current catalogs of Mazi, but from the beginning of the beginning. Prof. Danieline, if you can come forth. I've got already influenced you to go bare feet now. You are a real Khoisan now.
Dumelang. So today I will speak to you from my own experience as an African woman of Khoi descent and South Asian descent, slave women, and what I have read. So please, family, forgive me, we read wrong things and we don't always have you there nearby to correct us. So please feel free to correct. So I want to think about three facts of life. Fun facts, flirty facts, they are there in life, they are part of life, and fetid facts. Fetid, F-E-T-I-D, and fetid facts are smelly facts. Because life doesn't only grow in clean waters. Lotuses grow in murky waters too. And we can't always run away from those, right? Because we see them. And then it will be a lie if we don't sometimes just air the fetid facts a little bit. Not going to say anything nasty though, just some of the difficult things that we sometimes face in our nation building endeavors. It's also an important methodological thing, talking about fetid facts, because sometimes we are inclined to gloss everything. And we come to occasions like these and we look so beautiful and so glossy. But many of us are rough diamonds who have been glossed, right? And we never want to forget our connection with the rough diamond. If we are of the people and if we stay with the people, then we always have to retain some of that rough diamond that we have. And the beauty of the women that sit before us is that they've never let the gloss cover the rough diamond. And I would like to imagine the Empress of Song as one of these women. So I'll draw for my lessons from her songs and from her facts of life. And I have three ideas that I want to share with you. The one relates to women's leadership, and it speaks about matriarchal leadership. So we saw our naughty fees must fall disruptors, right? And they were like, Pansi patriarchy, Pansi patriarchy. Well, ufunani, what do you want, right? And I would like some kind of partnership between patriarchy and matriarchy, a constructive partnership to exist, because we need our fathers and we need our mothers and we need everything else in between too, because we've always, as Africans, had a variety of sexualities. We've had our aunties in the huts, we've had our men holding hands, so we are a variety of sexualities and we have to learn to be together, to integrate with each other. So first lesson is about matriarchal leadership. Second lesson is about leadership as a crown versus leadership as a doek, leadership as a shroud. It's a different kind of leadership. And I see matriarchal leadership residing in leadership as a doek rather than leadership as a crown. Then thirdly, I draw on her Sangoma album to talk about the lie of 1652. So my time is short. Let me quickly go into those ideas. Matriarchal leadership to me is central for the future of African leadership. And I'll link it to the second idea of leadership as a doek. We often see leadership as the president. But as African women, as women leaders, we lead by dispersing our power. So leadership as a crown accumulates power. It takes the top of peak associations. African women's leadership often runs like a river, flows through society. We disperse our power, and so often we end up invisible. What we have done, what we have contributed is not as evident because we didn't take all of what we did to uphold society, to say, this is mine, I am great, and you will acknowledge my greatness. So our leadership flows like a river. And the song of Makeba that reminds me of this river in the region that Makeba's music was in the 80s when we used to sing, Mozambique, a luta continua, a luta continua, continua. And we wanted to continue. We wanted to all be part of the same journey. We couldn't live in the same areas. I couldn't play netball with you at school. We couldn't be together. But when we sang that song, we knew, Africa. Oh, the mic? Okay. So, so I want to be close to you, you see, like a mother. And when we sang that song, we brought the region together. We flowed, we united. And right now, we have difficulty. We struggle with Africa in South Africa. No, my job, no, my home. Where is that music of Makeba that used to take us and surround us and close our region together? We need our cultural activists, we need our artists, and we need our academics to keep on holding the ties that bind us. That is such a beautiful phrase, the ties that bind us. So the music can bind us, and the music can guide us through these times when we are when we become sharply divided, and when we don't understand and we're so uncomfortable with Africa in South Africa. The second one about leadership as a crown is this idea of accumulation of power versus dispersion of power. And often what we need to learn as women is to reside in that accumulation of power as well. We can't only disperse our power. We also have to accumulate power because you get resources, you do get status, you do get ways and platforms to speak to people. So the gender binary is that we tend to disperse. We're looking after everybody. Sometimes we have to stand back and say, what are my personal goals? How do I, as a matriarchal leader, create power and influence in my life? And so for the future of Africa, I believe it's important for us to reflect on our leadership and the accumulation of power. And then the final one is the lie of 1652. And just to reflect on this matriarchal power through the facts of Makeba's own life. She was married 5 times, it would seem, or close to that amount. 6 times. Yeah? She had the power to say no. She said no. She took her power as a woman and she said, so you've spotted me. Yes, I'm beautiful, I'm talented. You want of me, you want me to be your wife, you want me to be your trophy. And yes, I've enjoyed it. We've worked together. We created a beautiful album. We've been ambassadors against apartheid across the world. But now I have a different journey to follow. And she had the strength and the courage to move out of those marriages and say, I am on a different trajectory now. That is the power of a true matriarch, not to be crafted and made by the patriarchs, but to really craft your own story, your own journey. And this woman, she was a survivor. Do you know that in her first 6 months in her mother's womb, she was in a prison? Her mom had been making umskomboti, that's the thing I read about, and they didn't have the money when the apartheid cops came to pay the fine, a small fine. And that's where she began growing, is in this incarcerated space. So when this lioness walked into marriage, she said, caged, but not captive. I will walk out whenever it takes me. The final point on Sangoma, that album, is Uqam, okay? And here I had to rely on my young friends to help me with understanding, and obviously the pronunciation's not so great, but you'll forgive my lineage for that. And in that one, she speaks about Iqea, yeah, Amatreya, right? She says, Belikata, Ngekata, Lekude, okay? And she spoke about the indigenous people and the fights we have between us. All people, all brothers and sisters, as my sister over there reminded me, we have fights, right? So Khoi and Xhosa, on those hills, those luscious hills of Kaiskama, we didn't always sit comfortably together. Sometimes my people were whispering in the ears of Amabulu, give me that land, and then we can do that for you. But on the other side too, Xhosa also. So when we see our history as starting with 1652, no, our indigenous history stretches far back, and we have our own history, our own love for each other, our own disagreements, our own languages, and our different beautiful lineages. That we must honor, and she honors that in Uqam by reminding us, but you did something wrong, you were a middle people there. And yes, my people have done wrong things, but we are part of this African lineage. And by drawing us into her African narrative, she does exactly that. She's speaking to her sisters and to her brothers. And so just to finally say that we honor Makeba as a woman who survived. We look to her own matriarchal lineage, and we see a line of women who suffered tremendously. Everything you can imagine. Ill health and women's ill health. Breast cancer at 20 she had. Cervical cancer at 30. I mean, what a young age to have those kinds of dread diseases. Loss of children. I have one daughter like Makeba. To lose that daughter in your lifetime, it is unimaginable for a mother. Imagine the loss of a daughter. And when I saw her at Rhodes University receiving another doctorate, it was this woman, that woman. She smiled, she was strong, she was powerful, she was encouraging, she was spiritual. All of that could not get Makeba down. She reconnected. From her global work, she reconnected with her indigenous strength, spoke to her father about the illnesses that had accompanied her in her battle against indigeneity and against spirituality, and how she reunites with that. And so we say, Makeba, Empress of Song, Mama of Africa, you have been to us a beacon of hope and healing. May your music stay alive in our spirits and in our song forever. Ke a leboha.
Ra leboga, siabonga. Asante sana, Prof. May I call upon Prof. Zodwa Mutsa Madikani to come to the podium? I'm avoiding to can transliterate what Prof. Danelin have said, now to allow another brain to say more.
Okay. Siyabonga, thank you very much. Don't mind if you can't see me, you can hear my voice. If you wondered how Ugogo Ntombi Jele looked like, just look at me, we come from the same space. The great Swazi, who are very wise to marry very loving Xhosa men. So my take on this giant of Africa is going to be very limited by time. But my take, colleagues and friends, is that we have not done justice to the icons of our country, to the galaxy of the music industry and the galaxy of the performance arts. I say that because I critique theater, I critique drama from Europe, from Africa, and into the kettlebaya of Emaswati, Emaxhosa, Amazulu. On Facebook, I was saying the praises of King Sobhuza for an event that happened some 2 days ago. I posted the picture of my mamncane, the mother to Misuzulu, and I wrote those praises. And then somebody said, this is Russian to me. Don't start a third world war. And I said, this is lost epistemology. It's something that you acquire as you go to school. You sing the praises of all the kings of Abanguni, and that helps you to know where you stand. We need to sing the praises of Mama Makeba so that we know who we are. My take this morning is that Mama Makeba is a griot. A griot is one who is a seer, one who builds the society, one who brings knowledge to the society. Just looking at the galaxy of the themes of her songs, I cannot go through all of them. I see romance in the songs, village ballads, urban rich men's stories about the will. Remember when he said, no, he's about to die, did he sign the will, kind of song. And the swinglers, people want to swingle you out of your hard-earned relationship in Sengzinga Nemhome. This young lady accompanies a fellow sister to see the fiancé, and then she falls in love with the fiancé, and then they kick out the young lady. So she needs a cave. You know, in Malaika, the plight of this young man who wants to marry this beautiful angel, but aganamali. So that amalgam of songs tells us that we have a nation builder in our hands. She celebrated Africa. She celebrated us all, including animals, like a dog that was being tortured by that little flea. It couldn't let go. I want to say thank you, Magajele, Magantombi, who raised Miriam to be this grounded African woman, to be able to pursue her dreams and leave her little 8-year-old child with you, and you had no problem with that. You looked after the child. I want to say, in the making of Mama Makeba, we got such a gem that began to live in this melting pot in Sapphire town, a social melting pot with the likes of Umamdoli Ratebe, Dorothy Masuku. They say Masuka, but I know it's Masuku, Gubeka. You know, that melting pot is something that we owe ourselves to write about, to research on, and to celebrate, and to learn from these stalwarts. All these wonderful women could have easily become, the pin-up models, but they forwent that, and they stayed with the song despite their amazing style, despite their beauty. They actually stopped. So I want to say that maybe we should start by correcting the name of Makeba. I want to be brave here. I did some bit of research from my husband, who knows amaXhosa quite well because he's one of them. And he said to me, we have Makeba. We don't have Makeba, but it was easy for the people who were transcribing to say, remove the H, like they did with Sobukwe, which we today call Sobukwe. And it makes no sense to us, Abanguni, because Sobukwe, Usebukweni, angit. So, but we continue to write in an anglicized way. The English reading person will naturally aspirate and say Makeba Sobukwe, but we continue to say Mageba Sobukwe. Let's correct that distortion of identity, like we have corrected identity. Thank you. We have corrected the name of Uma Masuku. She is an architect of the discourse of popular African liberation music. We say it. Let's write it down. Let our children see what we're talking about. Because she didn't stand for art for art's sake. I want at another gathering, Advocate Letswalo. I call all the lawyers advocate, don't I? Advocate Letswalo, at another gathering, I'd like us to talk about the African song that frightened the white administrators to the point that they were actually banning and cancelling and shortchanging all the agreements of the African singer. And one person testifying in court said, no, they were singing in their language, and this causes a lot of riots because they jump, they sing, we don't know what they're saying. I want us to go back to that and understand why it is that the African song does what it does to the African and something else to the other, but when we have more than 5 minutes, we will do that. I want to posit one very strong point for the school, for the University of South Africa, and for all researchers, that Sapphire Town was not just an event. It was a seminal incident in history where what I want to call the Sapphire Town Renaissance happened. And a renaissance is a place where you have a burgeoning of knowledge, where there is style, where there is power of identity, where there is talent unlimited. And we have not quite done that. I know Drum Magazine has really tried, over time, but I think we need to focus on that and see what Sapphire Town, the Sapphire Town Renaissance did. I want to say then, this place where Miriam Makeba grew is the epicenter of our history, is the epicenter of our Renaissance. If she suffered being shortchanged in contracts, being disallowed to perform elsewhere, I'm very sure now things have changed, now that we've regained independence. It's not the same anymore. If it is, then I think we must do something about it, about our artists, because artists are actually the visionary that take us to the future. You cannot have no artists. They sing because they see things. I'm saying this because I'm a poet myself. I dream like David. I dream big, big, big dreams. And some of them I'm very scared to write. But when you're going to reveal this to people and nobody takes cognizance of that, then it becomes a problem. I want to conclude Mginislalo behind me and say that the music, the culture, the economics, the education of our country is inherent in the songs of the likes of Mamu Makeba. And I want to actually challenge universities and say that in the voice of this Renaissance woman, this great woman, we have the epitome of many an African woman, the storyteller, the keeper of history, the standard setter, the one who maintains culture, the one who provides the fiber of livelihood in society. And if we just have a 1 hour celebration and not record that and not teach that, we are missing the mark. This woman and her peers is one that could not turn a blind eye to the suffering. And hence we are speaking of freedom today. The song that she belted out to all of us in our different ways, wherever we were on the continent, is the song that carried forward the African experience. If we dare forget to record that and teach that, our child will think that the best thing that ever happened to them is to twang and to do moonwalk, which is fine, but still we have umkikimbo, we have ingada, we have sipata, we have these things that sometimes we cannot pronounce, but they are so rich in training the identity of the African, because if these are erased, the epistemology of the African is lost. We'll end up just speaking English in this fora and never going back to ourselves. Mama Africa and your peers, I want to salute you. I want to say to you, all of you, your peers, you never shamed me. I was proud to be called your daughter. Even today, I stand proud to say, I am your daughter. I was never embarrassed. Anything and everything that you ever did, some good, some bad, makes me feel good because it makes me know I am a human being. This is the pillar of the Sapphire Renaissance, which we must teach. Advocate Litswalo. Thank you very much.
Ralebucha, Prof, I think I learned something that you raised of the name, Masuka, Masuku, Makeba, Makeba. So there is a lot that you have raised in terms of epistemology. You have challenged us. Can we check if Dr. Joel Balo is here to come forward? Umam Sbongile I know he's here as well. We are going on the last two speakers. My three speakers were not disciplined on time, but they had a lot. We should capture those moments. I think we can want to guide them on time, but they had a lot. They had a lot of information that they wanted to share with us. Dr. Baloi will touch on the issue that I think it was raised by Dr. Khalani on the music law aspect of the college, and the issues that is the elephant in the room, the IP rights of our artists in this country. I think it's something that we feel that if this session cannot touch the bits and pieces, how do we come out of that cloud or out of that danger zone? Ralebucha, Doctor.
Thank you so much. I'm very honored to be here with colleagues, and we are really thankful that an event of this nature was organized. It was just up to do so. I come from the legal perspective, in particular the area of intellectual property, copyright law, which is an area that I have specialized in, and many would know me as a governance person, but in fact, intellectual property and copyright is an area that I really pursued, and I have done my doctoral degree in that particular area. I'm just going to speak briefly on what I call the role of intellectual property in safeguarding the interests of musicians, and saying, taking a leaf from the life of Dr. Miriam Makeba. It is notable and opposite for this event to observe that Mama Africa was not only famous for her award-winning music and rousing, indeed spellbinding performances, but also for her ingenuity and astuteness as concerns matters relating to intellectual property. I learned today that she confessed that she knew little in this regard, but it's actually very remarkable that we are informed that she was so astute regarding matters of ownership of her musical rights that she sought to structure her affairs in this regard very early in her career, registering her own music publishing company in 1961 while in the USA, and then subsequently setting up a trust to manage her estate. This trust was later to become the scene and center of a pitched legal wrangle which brought to bear complex issues relating to the intellectual property rights matrix that surrounds the affairs of a successful musician. The intrigue surrounding Mama Makeba's beautiful persona, however, lies in how she seems to have successfully navigated the delicate lines between artistic expression, or if you please, artistic genius on the one hand, and business acumen and savviness on the other. In this way, demystifying the supposed dichotomy between art and business, where it is believed that artists should only focus on sharpening their artistic genius in order to create better works without the need to be concerned about matters relating to business management. However, failure to take seriously matters relating to business management of one's rights has often been the trap and downfall of many an artist, ruining their careers midway and causing much frustration. Incorporating a publishing company in the early 60s, an important vehicle in harnessing the power of intellectual property law, in this case copyright, rather than seeking to, and I quote, enter into a publishing deal with major publishers, often the appeal of many would-be musicians, was a visionary step on the part of Mama Afrika. In this way, she was ahead of the pack and created a legal mechanism that would ensure that all rights relating to her copyright works would be safeguarded during her lifetime and for posterity. My heart often sinks when promising musicians invariably fall prey to those promising them these publishing deals, when all they are doing is to effortlessly receive the transfer of ownership of copyright from such musicians, often without any upfront compensation. For me, the music publishing deal is often the worst trap that a budding musician can be entangled in early in their career, even more so than a recording deal. Such deals best fit what the journalist Hunter S. Thompson is reported to have said when he remarked, and I quote, "The music business is a cruel and shallow money trench, a long plastic hallway where thieves and pimps run free and good men die like dogs." Close quote. My first academic article, To Publish or Not to Publish, sought to unravel this shallow money trench syndrome. By this, I meant to highlight the fact that it's critical to give attention to learning the ropes of the music business trade, just as it is to learn the art of making music. It is a branch of intellectual property law termed copyright that is at the center of ensuring that the rights of authors and composers of music are accorded legal protection from the moment of creation, as soon as the musical idea is reduced to a material form. With a system of relations created through the Berne Convention of 1886, there are no formalities required for copyright to subsist in a work. There is a need to demystify the complexity of copyright in order to make it more accessible and appealing to authors and other creators in the way in which it was for Mama Afrika. To understand that no work is insignificant in order to be clothed with copyright protection. As long as it emanates from the sweat and brow of the author, because copyright automatically subsists in such work as soon as it is reduced to a tangible form. When this is recognized, no work, as long as it is original, can be considered to be insignificant. As Mama Afrika herself discovered, having once considered Pata Pata, the song that gave her the most acclaim, and I quote, "one of my most insignificant songs." Fortunately, regardless of the seeming insignificance of the musical lyrics, copyright subsists in such lyrics, and I quote from the Copyright Act, irrespective of the literary quality and in whatever mode or form expressed. Bobby McFerrin's "Don't Worry, Be Happy," which equally gained the singer-songwriter worldwide acclaim, can be viewed in the same light. Copyright, which accords automatic protection to works as long as they emanate from the skill, labor, and judgment of the author, ensures that protection is accorded to even what may be viewed as insignificant works. Neil Armstrong's What a Wonderful World only achieved greater acclaim in later years. Copyright, through the publishing mechanism, enables the cataloging of musical works while safeguarding them in the interest of the copyright owner for the lifetime of the owner and for 50 years after the death after their death. In other jurisdictions, for 70 years after the death of the author. Thus, according the same protections to the copyright owners as. With ingenuity, the author can assign the copyright in her works to her wholly owned publishing company rather than to another, thus safeguarding her works from vultures and creating a mechanism for better bargaining regarding the economic exploitation of the works, for example, through a licensing deal rather than an outright transfer of ownership or assignment of rights. Lastly, I return briefly to what I alluded to above regarding what I term the intellectual property matrix that surrounds the affairs of a successful musician, as also illustrated, as I indicated, in the life of Mama Afrika. Not only is copyright to safeguard the protection of original musical works, but other forms of intellectual property rights play a significant role here also. There is a system of intellectual property rights called neighboring rights or related rights, which protects the artist's performance itself, which includes the artist's interpretation of a song, as Mama Afrika did with Pata Pata, and Bobby McFerrin did with the refrain, "Don't worry, be happy." These also include the increasingly lucrative so-called needly time rights, which have since been recognized in South Africa from the amendment of the Copyright Act in 2002. Rights relating to performances played over the radio and similar platforms. However, besides copyright, trademark protection, another form of intellectual property, is also critical in the life of a celebrity or artist, as it ensures that one's brand is not unlawfully appropriated by others. And this can refer to the artist's name, the artist's logo, merchandise that they have created, and the like. The 2018 saga and furore regarding the ownership of Mama Makeba's name, brand, intellectual property, and indeed her legacy is illustrative of the whole panoply of intellectual property rights issues that can surround a popular musician. Siandisa Music, which purported to own the exclusive bouquet of Miriam Makeba's intellectual property rights and the right to use the Miriam Makeba trademark and the use of her personality rights, had to be addressed by the court in terms of restoring the legacy of Mama Makeba to her and to her heirs, by recognizing that ownership of rights cannot be simply dispensed with. I want to just quote, as I sit down, something that I wrote in the introduction of my doctoral thesis, and I wrote as such: music is a form and means of entertainment. Its value derives from its aesthetic or pleasing properties, and its appreciation from its ability to enrich and to render worthwhile moments of relaxation, leisure, fun, and idleness. Apart from its relaxation function, music is also seen as having therapeutic value. As William Congreve is reputed to have observed, music has charms to soothe a savage breast, to soften rocks, or bend a knotted oak. The association of music with light or relaxing moments should not, however, give the impression that music itself is a light subject, not worthy of scholarly research, and neither should it engender a view of music as an economically insignificant commodity. Both in its art form and in its legal analysis, music is a complicated subject that requires dedicated study. whether it is with regard to Baroque art or the so-called serious music or the complexity of modern jazz on the one hand, or the complicated world of music copyright law on the other. Music proves to be not just mere fodder for light moments of entertainment, but a complex and engaging subject meriting serious study and research. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Balui. I think that paper will be very important in the matrix of our IP rights of our artists. Umams Bongile Mgoma, can you come to the podium? This is our last knowledge holder and activist who will be sharing on the music, symbolism, and the legacy of Miriam Makeba. And I'll open it briefly. We'll have a branch that will come to you when we take the break, and then we come to another session. Mams Bongile, the floor is yours. I think most of you know her. I don't need to explain more, you know. Her struggle on many challenges that are facing the artists in this country, it has been through her face and her voice. Ralebo.
Sanbanani. Because of time, I'll just say all protocols observed. Mam Abi, Mam Mara, Sanbanan. Hi, Mam Sbo. Mam Abby's name is Bongile. She was born on the 7th of December like me. That's why she says twin. I want to say music can be entertainment. It can. But our experience of music as practitioners is that it's more than that. Our experience of music as communities is that it's more than that. Ngeke kube nengoduso kungazange kuculwe. Ngeke kushadwe kungaculwanga. Angeke singcwabe singaculi. Ngeke ayikho into esiyenzayo engahambi namculo. It is so amazing to me that as South Africa in 2022, we haven't recognized the importance of music, of the arts in our communities. We can say whatever we like about everything else and say music is not as essential as bread, but imagine your life silent without art. Wake up one morning for the whole day and there's no art. We talk about the symbolism of the work, kamamazi. We don't talk about the importance of the work and its value add. She had a voice because she had a gift. Her gift was also her talent. She healed many across the world because of her music. She managed to heal the wound of apartheid halfway by putting the spotlight on it on an international stage. And yet, when she came back to this country, what do? We give her an honorary doctorate. These are Western classifications. These are Western constructs. When our black people become institutions of knowledge, we don't give them their doctorates. We allow university students to go and write doctorates about them, using them to get their research. They don't give credit to them for the research that they've done. So the one who gets the doctorate is the one who has now gotten the information from the institution. And then we turn around, and we give our institutions honorary doctorates. Something has gone wrong. We're sitting no Mam Mara, no Mam Abigail. You talk about Marabi. There's an institution right there. Why would you give an honorary doctorate? Give her the academic doctorate, because if you wanted information about Marabi, talk to her. You talk about musicals in South Africa, South African musicals. Oma Mara has been in most of them. She was in even the American ones. And yet, Ksasa, when we want to talk about South African musicals, we were talking about giving her an honorary doctorate instead of giving her the academic doctorate, because she is the institution. She is, you want to go to the library to do your research, there the library is sitting right there in front of me. So as an activist, I think I would be amiss if I didn't question that. We can talk about we are not getting our due rights in this country, but it's because we are not recognizing our institutions that would talk sense. People are sitting in positions where they don't understand what is going on because the actual institutions are not sitting in those positions. We talk about women leadership missing this and the other one. Where is the conscience of the nation? The conscience of the nation is the women. Mazi was the conscience of Africa. She spoke sense to the UN as a conscience. And that's why politicians, diplomats, academics paid attention. And that's why she became that one who was Mama Africa, because she didn't just speak for South Africa, she spoke for all of Africa. Now, if women, musicians, artists, this and that, practitioners are not speaking sense to politicians, diplomats, academics, business, who is talking as the conscience to say, do you remember why? So we cannot be sitting here talking about there's a lack of a change in South Africa if we are still shutting up our musicians and artists. You cannot shut up the conscience of a nation and hope for the best. You have to amplify. We have a voice because those who went before us amplified. They didn't amplify their voices, they amplified us as a continent. So it's about time that we wake up and smell the coffee and say, where is the voice of this country? Where is the voice of this continent? Siyahamba siyohlale UN so that we have a position. So unestule UN senzani. When people are discussing important matters at the UN, what are we contributing? We abstain. There's something fundamentally wrong. Where is the voice of the conscience of this nation? Where is the voice of the conscience of this continent? What are we saying? We are so bogged down by those who control our resources because we don't understand what we carry. We don't understand the power of what we carry. Why? You ask the question, why is the West afraid of the sound that is made by Africa? Why does it scare them? Because it's spiritual. That's the power. That's why and then they say, shut up, because now we have to teach you how to be quiet and conformist, because we will teach you to say, our Father who is in heaven. We don't talk about our fathers on the ground. That's the beat, and that's the heart, and that is why we drum, because we have to touch.
Siyabonga Sisibongi, challenging us a lot. Can I now open this engagement just for a few minutes? I want to take hands from the floor. as we will be coming to another session again. We are trying to beat the time, but we can't. This is the ancestral time. It's Africa time. I know that people have to travel, have to go back, people have to, but we want to acknowledge everyone who has joined us since 10 o'clock. You are still on the celebration and the commemoration of the 90th birthday anniversary of Dr. Miriam Zenzile Makeba. UNISA Events is our Wi-Fi password, and the password is UNISA 2021. Under UNISA Events, that's where you'll get the password. Can I just notice if there are any hands from the floor that wants to comment on the 5 speakers we had? I think we had many speakers who were sharing a lot about the history. I think Dr. Baloi, for me, Paswani, was a catalyst as well, talking about the challenges that are facing the artist. But can I recognize a hand from the floor, from the audience? Any comment or question or observation of the 5 speakers that have graced us this morning? I've noticed, Mom Shadow, my 3rd row, I've noticed 1 hand. And I know we have a mic, a roving mic, 2 hands, 1 at the back. I will take the first 3 hands. The first, David, it is the 3rd row, on the 3rd row. On the 3rd row. If you can just mention your name, maybe if you can be brief. Thabo.
Thank you very much. I would like to thank the person who invited me here on my last minute. But I'm really inspired by all the talk that was happening this morning. All the speakers shared something that is very fundamental. And I would like to ask from people here at the university, do you sometimes wonder if the education itself is eroding us from what should be our knowledge? That's all I wanted to ask.
Thank you, Mama. I think there was a hand next door, and then I'll take the...
And so I think with regards to the last speaker, as a young person, I think she posed a very important question in the aspect of but you're not doing anything with that position. And I think for me as a young person, I also want to pose the reflection of, is it in the way that we are raised, whereby when something is said and then don't comment, is it that kind of thinking and that kind of upbringing that now, when I'm in a position whereby I'm given some sort of platform to talk, but I can't because I'm raised to respect is not commenting on certain things. So I just want us to, to reflect on that, especially for me as a young person, given that one day you want to grow up and, be able to speak up on certain issues. So let's put on mask.
Thank you. Can you just take it at the back there? At the back, this one.
Please mask, because we are sharing the mic.
Miriam Makeba, teaching from the grave. Young women who are married nowadays, there are those who are being abused, who are saying, I will die in this, I will go out of this marriage with a coffin. And while being abused, when we're seeing that they are being made up left and right, they are being killed left and right. And we take it as African, that Libika, Lamusali Yohari. Please will interpret it well.
And that is completely wrong. It's un-African. Because the institution that is supposed to be respected is killing our own mothers, our own sisters, it's murdering them. So we still say, no, Allah is way. You can't go back to your home. But Mama Miriam Makeba taught us today in her own grave, and her spirit is here. She keeps on teaching young women who are married to say that don't take nonsense. Life comes first. And what is your view about what is currently happening? That our own sisters are compelled to stay where they are not supposed to. Thank you. Thank you, my brother. Is there any other burning hand? I'm taking the last one here. The fourth hand. Here, ma'am. It is on the side. And I will ask my panelists if they can exchange the mic there when they respond. And if Dr. Baloy and Nosis Bo, as you are on the audience there, if you want to comment, because I'll be taking your last comments as well.
Good morning, everyone. I hope I'm audible.
No.
It's not working.
Just hold it down.
Anyway, my name is Senora Mucho. I just want to comment. This is for I don't have a home. I shivered. I'm shivering even now. You spoke about the institutions. I was brought up by those women in Soweto. And I know they will remember because back in the day, with the late Dr. Montana, our parents used to meet at the clinic or Isaja at Dr. Montana. I'm a product of those women. Yes, what Dr. Montana spoke about as training. I know Ma'am Adam knows that we're in the Mercy Sisters of Ma'am. Some of them are coaches back in the day. But what I want to say is, Ubuntu was there. There is no Ubuntu right now. As we spoke, woman or Tonga. You may have been brought up and went to schools, for example, or multiracial schools back then. But these women taught us Ubuntu. We knew. In fact, I'll just do a small snippet. When they said, Amapasa or Kwelwa, Labo Mama would go house to all those children's homes, Abafunda, in those convents, and they say, Bafasi, Kunzima. By 3 exen, Asibukens, Tatarandwana, so Tibana ending Gaspanbana, Bochoma, Bobani. So that they transport us 3 in the morning. Already. Our mothers knew we were literally family back then. Right now we're not family. But when we talk about Ubuntu, it starts from those institutions, those libraries that are sitting right there. And they don't need any, but you don't know those honors, doctors, that's right. Those are the people that we're talking about. But just in closing, the songs that are sung right now are just songs so we can irate and have fun and be sexual about it. But the songs that are sung by Abu Mama Makeba, those were songs which I'm a traditional doctor. Even though I went to those convents. But those songs, they bring things out of us. They heal. You spoke about why do they say we have to chant, and when we chant that people listen. It's because Amatonga literally are there at that present time. It's like when a woman actually goes and gives birth without any epidurals and so on, but you see a line of women actually sitting there and and singing and humming, that's when you know that amatongs are calling. But we need to go back to Ubuntu, which currently, as we don't have.
Can I request my panelists if they can use the mic that is next to them to can maybe respond? We can start with maybe Prof. Daneline and it will come until Dr. Khalani, and I'll come back to Dr. Papalui and Sbongile as closing remarks.
Okay, so 2 responses to the very provocative and interesting questions and comments that have been raised. The one is to acknowledge and agree that the body of an African woman, the body of the African woman, is an archive. But that requires a break with colonial education. It requires some form of disruption with colonial education. Because the archive in colonial education is the book, is a library that is a building, a modernist building. But if we want to turn our knowledge to a more spiritual and indigenous form of knowledge, then we have to recognize that our bodies carry the knowledge, carry the memory, and in order to access that, it is a different methodology that we require. So when our disruptive students say, you have to change, you have to negate, you cannot continue with the methods of the colonial institution, we have to listen to them. We have to listen to those young people. They are saying, don't become ensconced. The point you are making, don't get sucked into that institution and the accumulation of power in a way that you are unable to listen to the knowledge of your own people and your own Africa. That's not a move backwards, no. That is a move forward. And to respond to your question, we can't deny our children global education. We cannot deny our children English. We cannot deny our children excellent schools that are well organized, where they don't fall into pits. No mother wants to send a child to a school where she can drown in a toilet pit. So those aspirations are laudable. That's why we are an African school of international affairs, because ultimately we want to shape the world, not just Africa and not just South Africa. And for that, you have to link that global knowledge with a decolonized local knowledge. So if we cannot turn our back on the future. And when we think about the shift, what people are calling for in research communities, the shift from human-centered awareness to planetary-centered awareness, that is the kind of forward-looking move. Our young people love the environment. We have to give them indigenous environmentalism. Our campuses have to become green schools, places where they can do agriculture and exercise and books alongside each other. That is our vision, and that is our mission in the Thabo Mbeki School. So let me do a global soundbite. Come to us.
Thank you. This mic is not on. I know. Okay. Now it's on. Yes. Okay. Thank you. I want to, thank the contribution that was made by Mrs. Bongi. But take it further. I have written 300 songs, original compositions, on Samba International platform. I did not take any single award, music award in this country.
Yeah.
Consciously, because I do not want to take a music award that is talking about the marketing project of another company. I'm not like that. The greatest award I've won was when Hoshi Maraba, who acknowledged the work I've done by taking an indigenous piece of a concept and put it on the world stage, Kiva Music. You know what I got? Land. Not I want from a different epistemology. Land. Now, it's about time we think that. that way. Because I have a problem when our people want to come up with African jazz, African hip hop, African soul. Anything that was done in the Americas with pride by our brothers in the diaspora. We want some miniature versions of those here. And yet we, in the continent, are the source. Originality of what our brothers and sisters are trying to reach out to the motherland. We live it here. Now, I would want us to begin to look at it from that perspective. That's why when I made a presentation, I started off with the indigenous art forms in their African names. Not stuff that got to be modernized so that we begin to accept it. No. All those art forms that I have read that became the backdrop from which Miriam Makeba emerged. Miriam Makeba, when she was asked about music, and I think somebody touched on it, she said, I do not look at music as art. I look at music as an instrument through which I tell the truth. Now, what is music? Is it something that is sort of man-made, an object out there, outside our own consciences? No. She says it is the voice through which I tell the truth. Now, if we miss the truth, if we miss the truth, then we remain with the gyrating you were talking about. If we leave out truth, we speak truth to power. You speak truth when it is not desirable. You speak truth even if it can take you to jail. You tell truth. Now, just a last comment about what Dr. Valois said. It's very important, and I'm really appreciative of how you trace Mrs. Miriam Makeba's consciousness of ownership and rights. In 2010, I was invited by the World Committee that runs International Standard Book Number. They came to South Africa, the entire executive, ISBN. Yes, they were at the National Library. And they were South Africa was signing membership of International Standard Music Number, not book number. Now, South Africa, that's what I talked about repatriation. Very important. If all those works that Miriam Makeba did, 30 albums, 90, if they are not somewhere in one place in this country, then we have a problem. Not under your bed, 2 albums, somewhere in your car, 1, in one institution in this country, National Library of South Africa. The same way it is unlawful to publish a book and not deposit it in the National Library of South Africa. With music, what it is? You write for yourself. You publish whichever wrong way you can. Dr. Valois put it very clearly. You have natural ownership of your right, regardless of how big, how small, on a piece of, once you reduce it to something written or something that we can be able to look at, it's your own. Now, similarly, there are other ways of dealing with publishing or even registering your copyright without registering with other people. We've been advised in the olden days when we started off, they said, write a song, even if you haven't written it, put it on a cassette, put it in an envelope, go to the post office, register it on registered mail, send it to yourself, when it comes to you, put it in a wardrobe somewhere safe. And then when there's a dispute in court, take that seal of the state that is on that envelope, present it to the presiding officer, and see, look if that envelope has been mutilated. If it has not been mutilated, take it as evidence that on that date, on the seal of the post office of the state, that's when I wrote that song. Because somebody's going to come and say, oh, I was inspired last week. It's a lot of things we can talk about later. Thank you very much, but I just needed to raise this. Thank you.
Please, Mama.
It's on.
Thank you very much. I just want to respond to just two things very quickly. Africa. The one is about the staying on in an abusive. Staying on in an abusive marriage or relationship and then say that it's African. It depends which Africa we are talking about. The pre-colonial Africa teaches us that we are more remembering. Uwemuka in Siswati, it means you leave. You take your baby, you go, and then that man's uncles will have to go to your father and explain why and then things are sorted. If they're not sorted, you stay. You don't sue, you don't belong to a man. You marry into a family. So my take on this is that it depends what we are teaching our girls as they go into a relationship. And I think that the way in which we live is actually very problematic because we don't have the community that teaches us. If you are tula when you are a child, you will find a platform somewhere with your peers where you are going to ventilate. You will find a platform with the bigger girls where you are going to ventilate. Maybe the subject cannot be ventilated directly to your mother because you are now describing how you feel about your boyfriend and your mother doesn't want to hear that. Maybe. But I want to say that the matter of the packaging of knowledge in the Western way is actually doing us in for Africa in the sense that the Western world has its own way and we've actually imbibed that. We had our own way of packaging knowledge to the point that the people we call institutions of knowledge, the gurus of the society, have their stance in an African society. But right now, almost everything is verified by the book, which is a challenge. I accept the challenge presented by Osis Ngoma. It is a major challenge that we must find synergy between the Western world of acknowledging knowledge and knowers. Who is the knower? When we talk about the community and I get a song from Ugo Dara in the community and I change it and make it my own, do I really own that script? Who is the knower? How do we relate as an African university, as African intellectuals? How do we relate with a community that supplies us with knowledge? But live, don't die in a relationship because you are there to give and receive love, not to receive, yes. Don't feel, once you're still alive, walk out.
Thank you so much. I just want to make a few comments. I think there's a lot that could be said about what happened here. And maybe the observation that was made about making this concert hall more productive in terms of ongoing conversations about many things that are of significance, to the communities that Miriam Makeba, was saying, including our artists, our musicians, and all, to actually use it as a platform to be able to look at all those issues and try to address them and find solutions for them. I think that would be very useful. On the issue of education, there was a question about we wonder if the very education we have erodes the knowledge, and I think that's very much important. When we look at you know, the whole construct about decoloniality and, you know, and that whole discourse, it is very much important to then be saying that, you know, the critiquing that we need to make in terms of, I'm looking now at the very system of, you know, copyright law, which, for example, defines the copyright law protects what are called works in copyright. If they are not works as defined in copyright, then they are not protectable. And you find there many other expressions of a traditional nature, you know, rhythmical, because from Africa we are rhythmical people. The West looks more at works in terms of the melodic form and harmony of it. And I've actually written something on that to say that we need to reinterrogate the very concept of work in copyright, because it has become limiting. It has excluded many other artistic expressions that emanate from the African heritage, from legal protection, according to legal protection, because they are not seen as works in the Western understanding. So I think those are some areas that we really need to be looking at. And I'm happy that we have a constitution that is transformative enough to be able to, that the constitution will be able to give opportunity to such discourses and submissions, to be able to transform these so that you know, we come to a place where our heritage can be fully recognized and even within the whole intellectual property system. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Maloyi. Sisbo, your last bite. If you can take the mic to Sisbo at the back, and then we'll be preparing for the second panel as we will be preparing for another one. Yeah, so.
Okay, I'd say the last thing I would like to say is that we would be very amiss if we did not put a bit of a spotlight on the fact that Oma Mazi was a proud African woman. And Oma Proud Black is why today we are able to have conversations about women and how they're treated in society and how we see ourselves as black women. Even the fact that when they get to a cancel culture, it goes back to our Africanism. Even the fact that we are able today to talk about the fact that we are about to be able to move. The conversation is in there because I need to among the says and you see to set for the able to set a more sword. They say in the Bible, God hates divorce. And then women stay in those homes and die there because God hates divorce. And yet our parents out there, now we are very honest if we don't touch her. She was a very but every time we went to as Africa, Umazi wouldn't shout. She was always speaking so very slowly. But now this is Katila Shela Makaba. And the Wale and Shem Begana Base.
And all our panelists, starting with Dr. Joel Baloyi, Professor Zodwa Madikani, Professor Daniel Miller, and Dr. Silo Halani. I will just ask you if you take just a 5-minute break to stretch, but once you stretch, there will be a branch that will come to you where you are. Just a branch, it's not food. It is still another meal. There will be another meal, but it's a branch for us to now go for the second panel that will be moderated by my sister, Professor Edith Paswane. Can I urge you that we are we still streaming the live DVD as we are playing the live DVD of Miriam Makeba? I will ask our next panelist to be ready as Dr. Edith Paswane will be introducing the legends and the musicians and the family member to reflect on the life, the person the musician and her legacy. Ra leboga.
dula kae bafana ntho e le se ya mo mo tang kitse ya ita wo shi ka fa ya
This one is the one that I tried to send you. Okay, let's do this. I think you don't play if the source is not there.
Uma. Kiba. Fail. Yeah, because about to start.
I hope it didn't get infected.
See, we still got a video.
Yeah, you go.
So, I'm going to sing two original compositions for you guys.
actually had just moved from Limpopo to Gauteng to pursue growing my career because I had been in Limpopo for a while and things were stagnant. So as soon as I got here, the president said go. So this one, the cover says it's a It was just encouragement to myself to say, don't lose hope, it's a So I've now recently just moved back to London. Hopefully you don't get knocked down again. And I know that it's fun. So here we go. You find yourself alone, struggling to make your way. The things you thought you owned, they're about to be taken away. Suffering enough, and you don't know where to turn to get some understanding. The struggle is, everybody is drowning inside their own pain. But remember this, it's steady there. Come on, it's steady there. It's steady there. Let me get you steady there. Come on, it's steady there. It's steady there. It's steady there. Never thought you'd be so with me, unable to stand on your feet. Don't think that it is free to retreat, so you can find relief. You deserve a chance to recover the strength to rise again. You will learn, that the darkness is darkest before the break of day. So remember this, come on, it's steady there. It's steady there. It's steady there. Yeah. It's steady there. It's steady there. It's steady
Oh, it's almost 1 o'clock. Yeah. Yo. What an event. What an event. And I feel provoked as I stand here this afternoon. And I think just to make me settle, I'm going to be calling some of our ancestors in the music industry. If you remember anyone, you can join me. Long live the spirit and the legacy of Miriam Makeba. Long live. Long live. Long live Margaret Singani. Long live Dorothy Masuku. Long live Brenda Fassi. Long live Lebo Matosa. Long live Hugh Masekela. Long live Jonas Gwangwa. Long live. Long live. Oh, okay. Long live Tepatula, long live. I think, and many, many more. Long live Steve Kekana, long live. Yes, you see, when you get married, you lose your identity. I'm now Edith Paswan, and I'm actually Edith Kekana. I even forgot Steve to say long live Steve. Thank you, Sis Mara. The Makeba family, the leadership of the university, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I just want to say all protocols observed. We are very late in terms of our time, and we cannot even go home without this panel. This is the core as well. So this is Edith Paswana, and I'm your co-host this afternoon, and we are here to commemorate what would have been Miriam Makeba's 90th birthday. Miriam Makeba, the global icon, the musician, the artist, the activist, the decolonial feminist, and a lot more. As we transition to this exciting part of the program, let me welcome you once more to UNISA, to the Thabo Mbeki African School of Public and International Affairs. I want you to feel at home. Home is where you go and you don't have to make any reservation. Feel at home. And this is where, home is where you go to refill. And I'm paraphrasing the words of Solomon Libesi from the Emmanuel Ministry gospel singers. And I like the way he unpacks what home is. And UNISA is your home as musicians. And we will make sure that it becomes the home of our musicians. I'm going to facilitate this part of the discussions, and I just want to do a few intro here. This is an intergenerational dialogue. The panelists are here, and they are going to reflect and share their experiences about the life, the person, the musician, and the legacy of Miriam Makeba. Ladies and gentlemen, we are in the midst of greatness today. And I keep on pinching myself as I sit down there. As a young girl, one day my mother asked me, what do I want to become when I finish school? Notwithstanding the fact that I'm a bimbist of note. To quote the late Manja Mabuzo, who was buried yesterday, may his soul rest in peace. Because I was mesmerized by the songs of Bomme Abigail Kubeka, Bomme Maralo, then Kana Koyaka, it was cheek to cheek. So good, so nice. And my mother's response to me was, you can somewhere leave school now and go and sing. And this, I want you to understand, you younger generation, this was the limited understanding that my mother had of music as a career that can also be professional. So she didn't have an idea, and she said to me, I don't even have to spend money, just go and sing. I don't have to put you at school. Thinking about Miriam Makeba's legacy as a scholar, I would argue that Makeba visibilizes the biography and geography of music worldwide. We are in an academic space right now, the humanities to be precise. Our job is to think, is to theorize, and I want to appeal to the young scholars in our midst today, and those seasoned academics as well, to listen carefully as these legends, icons, speak today, because we have a great job after their speeches. Out of this panel, and the one that came before it, great publications must come out. Books, poetry, music should emerge. When we reflect about what is happening today, I am provoked as well. And my provocation stems from earlier discussions, and I'm quite sure I'm going to be worse by the time this panel finishes. And for you young scholars, the discussions that are going to happen here, know that you have support in the form of the National Institute of the Humanities and Social Sciences, because the National Institute of the Humanities and Social Sciences there at Parktown, which is a statutory organization for the humanities and social science, supports your work and what Professor Toyin Falola calls the ritual archive. And by ritual archives, he's speaking about the text, the ideas, the symbols, the shrines, the images, the performances, and indeed objects that document as well as speak to those experiences and practices that allow us to understand the African world through various bodies of philosophies, literatures, languages, histories, art, and music, and much more. So there's a lot of work for you as young scholars, and it is not by a coincidence that you see us bringing the foundation here. Is for you to take this seriously as scholars. Makeba's legacy enables us to theorize from the South, and I think younger generations should take this legacy serious. Not just her alone, but all our musicians who ensured that as Africans, we don't just exist, we live. And I want to salute all of you. As the younger generation of scholars archive our history, let's continue to excavate our fallen heroes and heroines. I'm currently writing an edited collection on rebellious women of Africa. And I was deliberate to allow young scholars to choose their subject from any industry. And I must say, most of them are musicians. And I'm also pleased to announce to the foundation that Professor Grace Kuno, who is also contributing in the book, is writing a very compelling chapter on this very icon, Miriam Makeba. Miriam Makeba sang from her own locus of enunciation. What do I mean? She spoke from where she was as a native African, an isiXhosa speaker, in the high towers of the United States. And she represented all women from the global South, and South Africa in particular. Makeba gave us hope as Africans, and she also gave hope to African Americans who could see Africa through her song, her dance, her language, her ideology. Speaking about her, Anderson recently wrote in The Conversation that Makeba, I think he was quoting Aaron Keita Enyi, saying Makeba's records influence other African singers to sing in their vernacular. And Makeba, as a decolonial feminist, as I said earlier, And I want to invoke her as a decolonial feminist, and I want to actually dedicate a journal article to this fact that she was a decolonial feminist. Seeks to go beyond the parameters set by dominating enunciatory sides. And she does this by exploring the multiple and intersecting structures, systems, and processes of domination, the hierarchies and the heterarchies that overdetermine the woman of the South, the woman located in the dark belly of modernity or coloniality. And it is in this underbelly that black people and black women in particular are silenced, erased, subordinated, and made transparent as things rather than human beings. So for Miriam Makeba, decolonization had to take place at 2 levels, through her body politics, her art, and her activism. When I say her body politics, because I want to also, and I'm quoting here, I want to talk about her aesthetic of natural hair and minimal makeup, if any at all, communicated eloquently her strong sense of self, rooted in her African identity, free from the expectation of Western notions of beauty and acceptability. And through her art, she rebelled against the state stretched to dismantle the very place of African art and culture in the world. So the revolutionary Makeba inserted African music in the global sphere. We can speak about Makeba until the cock crows. Let me stop here and introduce our esteemed panelists for this second session. Ladies and gentlemen, I have the pleasure of introducing our legends, our divas, our icons, our musicians, our politicians. Yes, I'm saying our politicians because we have one in our midst today. We have them in the house and we are privileged. I'm going to ask someone to assist me, Mama Abigail Kubeka, our living legend. Our living legend, singer, musician, mother. We love you, Mama. Come over. Let me also call upon me Mama Maralo, another living legend. Me Mam Tunokwe. Me Lindelani Makeba. Me Matunokwe is an artist, cultural activist, and educator. Me Lindelani Makeba Lee. Oh. My apologies. My apologies. Lindelani Makeba Lee is a great-grandson of Miriam Makeba. Mercy Pokazi, our own artist, musician. I don't think Sipoyazi is my contemporary. You must be a little bit younger from me. You are not my contemporary is Ringo. Yeah, these are the ones who the legacy is in their hands right now. And we welcome you, Ms. Pokazi. Let me also introduce Zanemvula, Come With the Rain, the one who brought us with the rain. Zanemvula Madlingozi, AKA Ringo, artist. Tate Ringo is an artist, cultural activist, and a parliamentarian, an MP for the economic freedom fighters. Here are our icons, and I'm going to allow them to reflect and share their experiences about the legacy, the person, the musician, Miriam Makeba. Our first speaker will be, I'm not sure because of mobility issues, I think I'm not sure about the camera people there. Whether May can come over here, because she is our first speaker and she's going to speak here about I can imagine. I know.
It's restricting me.
It is, definitely. Me too, I feel small here.
No. Okay. All right, thank you very kindly. Thank you very much. A very good afternoon to you all. Family Yami, the Makeba family, which is my family. And thank you, Unisa. But firstly, I would like us all to thank Lumumba and Zenzi, because I know what they've been through. To see this happening today, it says something to me. Bebengalali labantwana. They had sleepless nights. They had no night. To them, day and night was the same. My little girl here was going mad. She was berserk. I would sometimes not take her calls because being Muzaguti, she's crazy, fighting for her grandmother's assets and rights. Please, let's give them a big round of applause. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Yeah. I'm not surprised of the strength because it comes from Usizenzi and Ukoko. I happened to live with these people, Usizenzi, just as I finished school. Because when I told my parents which I want to be a singer, they said, no ways. We cannot take you to such expensive, Kilnerton, St. Peter's, St. Thomas were the modesty schools then. So they said, I was from Kilnerton. They said, no ways. You're going to be a doctor or a nurse or a pilot. I said, Askisma, but I want to be a singer. And unfortunately, it was during the month where Sister Olira Tebe had appeared on the Drum magazine cover wearing a bikini and a mega Angela, starting. Let me show you how she was. She was standing like this. Wearing a bikini. And my parents said, is this what you are going to be or look like? No ways. Yeah. I said, okay, so what do I do, Ma? Baba? I said, you are going to listen to us or out of here? I mean, as I said, out of the room or, no, not out of the room, out of the house, out of the gate. Okay. I said, what do I do? I went to Miriam, I told her the story. I said, hey, Sibongile, I don't know what to do. Gamalami was Sibongile, and she had Sibongile, her daughter's name was Sibongile. This was such a coincidence. Miriam's daughter's names were Sibongile and Angela, and I'm Sibongile Angela Abigail. And so I said, okay. Said, no, let's go home. Let's go and talk to my mom. We went to Miriam's home, Mfulo. We talked, and then her mother said, if uzalam tanam, you are going to be a child, you are like Kaya, and you're going to listen to umtetwa like Kaya. I said, okay, ma. And then they settled it out with my parents and blah, 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 blah. Everything was okay, but they said, no, shalalap. Okay, I stayed with their family. You know, Miriam, I can't talk about Miriam. And I used to call her Sizenzi. I still call her Sizenzi. Even when she came back, I was calling her Sizenzi, because that's how I know her. It was not easy for me to say Mazi, you know. It was Sizenzi. So Sizenzi was this person. She was a mother. She was my mother. She was my sister. She was my friend. She was my colleague. She was my inspiration. She was everything to me. I learned a lot from that woman. And she was a hard woman. Uchemagabuya. And when I saw Abuzenzi, hey guys, these guys are lucky. They should have been in Sizenzi's life when she was still Sizenzi, not when she was Mazi. When she was Sizenzi, she wasn't Mazi. She was discipline, professionalism. The way ugqoka ngakhona, high heel shoes, and dress code. That was Miriam. And I just want to say to her, Sizenzi, I'm still ngisasenjalo ne. I haven't lost it. Yeah, because that's how she wanted us to look like. She had a female group called the Skylarks. It was the four of us. And it was heaven. We sometimes got songs from her mom. When we didn't have songs, she would teach us some of her traditional songs, and we would record those. We've got them in my albums. Life was amazing. Life was, I don't know where to start. I don't know what to say. I remember when we happened to be in the musical of King Kong. Usizenzi was playing the lead. She was the leading lady. And I was one of the girls in the shebeen, the sexy girls in the shebeen. Yeah, mincing around and just talking to the guys, making them buy more liquor and, Unfortunately, one day she fell sick, and there was no understudy. Nobody was her understudy. And then they called us, and the show was running. A show that we had been rehearsing for, I think, about 6 months, putting that show together. It was a big show, the first big musical show, African show, about King Kong, the boxer. It's running, fully booked, mixed audiences at the University Great Hall, because that was the only place where we could have mixed audiences, and that's where we were performing. So they called us in. They just suspended the show for a week, auditioned all the girls. I refused to audition because I just couldn't imagine me doing anything against Miriam Makeba, because to me she was just, wow, you're just got everything, the voice, the body, just everything. She was just Miriam Makeba, Zenzile Miriam Makeba, and nobody else could match her standard. And Mbeki Davashe, who was the music director, said, come. Okay. I said, but mina, and then Mbeki said, you don't tell me what to do. They brought the keys down. Now I went, back of the moon, boys, back of the moon, boys. Never. Okay. Mahala, no. Okay. Sizabuya later, ne? So we are late, I promised you, but it must call this cut. When we're running out of time, guys. Yeah, we've got to keep time. All right. And then, okay, hey, you know all the songs? Okay, let's check the dialogue. Dialogue, Babi Nathan, who was the leading man. Nathan, da 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 da, Mimi, da 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 da. Hey, when did you learn all this? I don't remember learning all this. So, what do you mean? Because you know it. I said, no, it must have been recorded in my mind, and I was not aware that Yonke Lento is being recorded in my mind. I'm telling you, a show that we rehearsed, we put together for almost 6 months, I put it in a week's time together. Yes. Yes, I did. Yes, I did. But I must be honest, I was shaking like a leaf. I was so scared. Opening night, and I was young. I was in my early 20s. I was shaking like a leaf. I was very young. But the encouragement from the cast. And you know, Tina, when we grew up and got into the industry, we worked with elderly people. Not the dull people. Elderly people. No, not dull people. And those Bantu Abadala were very strict. Most of them were married. So you can imagine, he's from home, and we must go back with money and provide for the family. And there we are, Tina, young age group here, to boy Hugo, Jonasi, all the youngsters were busy playing the Boleta. I don't know what to talk about. Boleta used to come to rehearsals in gym dresses. Straight from school to the King Kong show, Ngama gym dress. I don't remember seeing her doing her homework. And I don't remember her a passer. Not as a passer. Ningam yeah, as a pastor, but I'm promoter. And you know, okay, it is too much. Okay, the show, Kubega. You know, Miriam didn't go to America as a politician. Politics. She went there for a premiere film, which had been made here in South Africa. This company had sneaked in a documentary about the South Africa, the apartheid in South Africa. And the Skylarks were featured in that movie together, Miriam and together with the Skylarks. I don't want to say the Skylarks together with Miriam. No, that's wrong. Miriam and then with us. We were featured in that film. We sang in that film. So when it was premiered in America, they invited Miriam to come over for the premiere. When she got there, she was not banned. She was just a musician going overseas for the premiere of this movie. When she got there, obviously, and some of the South Africans, and the rest is history. As the United Nations, she's the one that put South Africa on the map. Yes, she is. An artist. Lava, regarded as people here. You know, they think we don't live on peanuts, or we don't eat peanuts. We don't eat thresh. And what we've got, it's God-given. We go to school just to modify, or just to learn to know the tricks of the business. But the talent, you have to have it with you. Otherwise, you don't make it as an artist or as a singer or as an actress or actor. No, libala, or a painter. Lento is God-given. It's very powerful. Very, very powerful. You know, I'm just hoping which we are going to talk about Miriam before the world talks about Miriam to us. We are going to talk about Miriam to the world. Tell the world about Miriam before the world tells us about Miriam. Because as it is now, I remember when she came back, she came back all excited, looking forward to be home. Her first show was at the Standard Bank Arena, and I was the only supporting act. We show yaki. It went well. And then what else did Miriam do that you can remember here? Wake wenza ipi show, wake wenza ishow, mambuka ukuthi enza ishow. Miriam had to go to where? Italy? Was it Italy where she passed on? And she wasn't well. Usizenzi was sick. Usizenzi had been sick for a long time. There was no work for her. Nobody booked her. Nobody gave her work here at home. Nobody even cared for her. The only places you could see Miriam was at the malls or somewhere in the street, on the streets. Those were the only places. But no performances, no appearances, not anywhere. Miriam Makeba. She had to take that gig because there was nothing for her to do here at home. And then what happened? Are we proud of that? Are we proud of that? But the worst is to show which is, it is like, she was very heartbroken to decide when cremate me and don't go and throw my ashes in the sea so that I just move away from this place. So that I just get away from this place and go to the people that respected and knew who I was. We should be ashamed of that. We should be ashamed of that. Or maybe we should do something, create some grave and say, Miriam Makeba? No. No. Is this the only place where we can talk about Miriam Makeba? Is this her grave? Is this Miriam's grave? Ah, that is why I need to thank you to her children for fighting, for the big fight, the war that they got involved in to bring her legacy up. Because I was so only land. Miriam, people used to crawl overseas for her. And like Aya, nobody, no. Woman, oh, Miriam Makeba, oh, Usalapi. Oh, I mean, it's a shame. But guys, especially my family, my musicians, musical family, actors, painters, let's fight this war. Let's support one another. During, okay, I'm going to say our time because I was young, I was the youngest. Gugu Dorothy, Tandy, Miriam, Dolly, yeah. But they treated me as their equal. But I knew that they were my big sisters. During that era, that period, your music, there was no hatred, guys. There was no hatred. We worked together. We enhanced. We encouraged. We loved one another. There was Ubuntu. There was love. was respect. Respecting ourselves so that the people could respect us. Because if you don't do that, the people are not going to respect you. If you don't love yourself, people are not going to love you. People come to our shows, not just to listen to our voice, good voices or music, to see what kind of people we are, what stuff we are made of. Because we are not just musicians or actors, we are people like them. It's the talent that we have that makes us look different from them. So let's show them that. Give it to them. Because that's what they want to see. They want to have that. But we're getting there, guys. It has been tough. Because nobody knows us. Even our government doesn't know us. No, they don't know us, man. I want to see it, you know. They just see us, they like us maybe, but I want to say, what kind of a nation we are, what kind of stuff we are made. I mean, we are not asking for special treatment. We are just asking for justice. Justice. To be recognized. Amapuri used to call us want works. Low facts. It was painful. But we sit there because Amapuri. It was Nandavana. When we get it from our own people. Oh, you know. As it's all. You know, South Africa, I'm not talking about Africa, South Africa. We are the richest country. We are the richest in culture. How many languages? 9, 11, 10. How many? 11. Imagine. 11 kinds of music. 11 kinds of cultures. If we can put all those things on the platform, the world will shut up. The world will kneel in front of us. They will kneel. America is just America and English, that is all. And India is just India and English, that's all. Tina, oh man. The dances, the music. People, I know it's tough because when I start to this big booth is which is trampling on us. Hey, this bush, man. Yeah, this bush. But we'll come back. We'll come back. All you guys, stand. Small Queen, do your thing, sweetheart. Everybody, just be who you are. Because we got it, guys! We got it! All right. Until next time, yeah, it's I don't lie. I don't lie. Call the next speaker.
Okay.
And then we'll see what happens.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Mama. I don't even want to add or subtract. I'm very emotional. We will transit into the next speaker, Mayor Maralo, also our living legend. A warm round of applause.
yang molweni. Sanbonani. Amshe. Nimadegwa. Good afternoon. Goeiemorgen. Goeienaand. What? Dayene yang hlula nasesikolweni le. Ngabaleka esikolweni. Yo. Hey, yazi marukuma behind this thing. Hey. Na iyajika mos. Oh. Zizojika izinto. Wena ukhalelani. Whoa, sacula second half. You know, every time I want to pinch myself, how I met Miriam Makeba, Umazi. When I was a little girl, I never hide my age, by the way. I was born in 1952, so I'm turning 70 this year. I was born in 1952. Around about the age of 10, you know, my parents, my family, you know, we had all kinds of music played, Ekaya. You know, there would be gospel music, Mahalia Jackson, there would be Ella Fitzgerald. So I got influenced by all these different types of music from around the world. My sister, my late sister, True Blue, she loved Mahalia Jackson, she loved Ella Fitzgerald, she loved Miriam Makeba, she loved all these people. And then I suddenly got more attracted to Miriam Makeba. Now I was a little girl. And eskolweni mabethi cula. So I became known as lo uzocula, uyacula lo, you know, lo uyacula. Ngiqala amacule assembly ekuseni eMzimhlophe Higher Primary School yimoqala Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. You know, and then mabethi ucula elinye iculo ngithi indanga zamakhwenkwe. Ngithanda lo mama lo Miriam Makeba ngingamazi. And I used to think, my gosh, when am I going to have the privilege of meeting Miriam Makeba? I grew up, I became a recognized artist, I traveled around the world. I never had the opportunity even bump into Miriam Makeba at airport or Gopi or, you know, kune show, funeke show yenza gupi. Hi, no, I once went I went to France with a show Gamatsimela Manaka. Hi, must figure France ne band, but Miriam Makeba baqeda ukuhamba izolo. Yebana. Mina wayingatholi chance yokumeetha lo mama lo. And then Miriam Makeba came back. When it was announced that she's coming back, I remember getting a phone call from Usis Queeneth at Doke House. Sis Queeneth calls me and she says, Mara, ngicela uthi ubize uzafonela no Abigail siform committee sizoba ne welcome committee that's going to meet Miriam at the airport when she lands for the first time since she's been in exile. Ngathi mina nami ngizoba kuleyo committee. I mean, to me Miriam Makeba is larger than life. How do I fit in there? Abigail is like my big sister as well. Dorothy angakabuyi ne? So kube ne challenge manje yabona labo sisi laba we could spend all day in Jelly's pitch story izimnandi ndizohleka ingazi ukuthi kanti sasishisa those days. Yeah, so Firetown ayikhuntesi. So kube ne challenge sihlangane at Doke House for a meeting. Sis Queeneth, myself, Abigail, ubani omunye wayikhona? Thandi Klassen, wayekhona kule meeting, yeah. Thandi Klassen, sihlangane sonke, and then we're arranging ukuthi we have to go to the airport, be the welcome party that's going to meet Miriam, which is going to be the third day. So the next day, one of us, Mina, with my husband, I was married, I was Scottish by injection, then I married a Scotsman. So my husband had to go and organize the bouquet. We needed a big bouquet of flowers to welcome Miriam. I'm so excited. When we're excited, you missed the memo. I didn't know who's Zokogan. I want to impress Miriam, you know, so you don't know what's going on. Anyway, cut long story short, we met at the airport. No, before we met at the airport, ne? That day, the meeting, yeah, at Toke House. Queen Thuti Mara, ngicela ufonele usisdoli. Ngithi mina, yeah, athi ngicela ufonele usisdoli and ask her as our matriarch because she's the eldest. Mdala na Miriam, mdala kithi sonke la kule room. So athi ngicela umfonele. Ngithi wena wangamfonela usisikhuna. Athi hey hayi mina uzongithela ngamasaladi. Ngicela wena umfonele. Ngithi okay ngimfonela athi ngicela umfonele ukuthi kube huye kusasa masifike airport. She must be the one that's in the front to welcome Miriam when Miriam, you know, comes through those doors. Ngithi mina perfect. Ngiphakamisa ifone. Should I tell the story? No, I need to tell you these stories because, you know, we've had, I need to tell you the lighter side of things and also tell you the sad parts of Miriam's life, you know, the ones that bring tears to my eyes, according to my relationship with her. So, ngfonela usisdoli, ngithi sister, athi yeah, ekuse who's it? Ngithi na is COVID. Athi no, wat gaan aan? Ngithi na hey, Miriam say kom terug môre, so in 2 days time. So Rikupa wena as our, you know, big sister to be at the airport. Athi wie se wat? Wie ek moet wat? Hey, wangithela ngamasaladi. Wangithela ngamasaladi usisdoli phone. Now, I'm not going to say the other expletives that happened over the phone. So, hi, ngithi mina ngizomncenga later. Uyabila khona manje. I'll talk to her later. Later at my house, ngimfonela ngisisithi, okay, between the two of us. Eksheni omvat et Javier during the days zase Sapphire town, muje Owens, namatama Owen, nani. I don't want to know. I'm not interested. Mina, all I'm asking is that you now, at your age, I mean, kona manje cake net so hamba njengedata, you know, so. Nisazolweli out, you know, Miriam nibadala kanje. You can't. Nisafuna ukulwa you know, nilweli out yase coffee yase Sapphire town. Nihamba kanje no yithi nihamba kanje. Never. So please, let's go to the airport. I just couldn't, she didn't budge. But you know what? I thought, okay, I've done my best. Cut long story short, Miriam arrives. We all celebrate. We all have a great time. And then, a couple of months later, I get a phone call from someone saying, Mara, Ma'am Miriam. Oh, when she arrives, they all go to her brother's place, which is my neighbor, Mzimhlope. Hey, ne? Mzimhlope, kwaMahlangu. Now, can you imagine? I was born in Mzimhlope. I was born in Soweto in 1952. In fact, they used to call it Kwanokphila, Bridgeman, which is now, what is this? No, not Korean. It will come back. Hey, that is Yahamba. So now I thought, all my life growing up, Mzimhlope, primary school, when I didn't know Miriam has got a family like Mzimhlope as a station. So it's like, you know, maybe I was one of those reserved people that didn't get in, you know, I didn't want to know who's who, why. I was just focused in what I wanted to be. Anyway, then I get a call, Miriam ula wa putuaki, ngithi it must be an airport, bamse wa putuaki. Nginokupa putuaki, but kwaMahlangu, ngapha. Oh, anyway, that's when. Then, years later, we developed this friendship, Nomazi. And it became like mother and daughter, like friends. She would say things like, hey, mdana, that's how she used to speak to me. Hey, mdana, that mina ngiyichomi yakho. Angisichomi yakho, umngani wakho futhi ngiwumamakho. Now, when she wants to put me in my place, you know, she'll remind me. And we had this very strong relationship, Nomaz. And there's a funny side of Miriam Makeba that I don't know how many people know about it. She had a very funny side, which probably my saying Darwin, you know. One day she was getting tired of these invitations to this embassy and that embassy for this or that. And she'd say, "Ay, mina ngikhathele uya kulezi zinto." And sometimes as we arrive there, no, she'd always like to ask me, "Ne, Zinzi?" She'd ask me, "Can you accompany me? I've been invited to the French embassy for the Bastille Day." Now, okay, the next thing she'd like change her mind, "I'm tired, we are going. So I remember again, masifika lapha athi hey mntanam, hayi man, yazi manje bamele thina, and it's late, we are always arriving late. She was, I don't know whether she was deliberately making sure that we arrive late. I don't know, Lindelani, what's she doing deliberately? You know, because she'd say, the event starts, there's 6 o'clock for pre-drinks, and then by 7 o'clock, everyone will be seated. So we're supposed to be there for pre-drinks in the garden at the embassy, and then moving. 7 o'clock, we are leaving the house, going there. Then, Mazi, masifika lapha umazi uthi, and you don't mind, I'm going to mix African languages as well, ne? While I talk. Masifika lapha umazi, he says, "Hayi suka mina ngiyachika." Bonke labantu sebahlezi ngathi hayi asijiki, we are not turning back. Siyangena. And we have to walk now from the back right to the front, ne? And when we walk to the front, everyone is standing. It's Miriam Makeba arriving here. Nami ke the stromisi la ngasemuva. So I said to her, Mazi, you know, she's the one that gave the name to our beautiful, you know, heritage, African women heritage. So she used to call it Ifenter. Ati, hey, Maria, Fenter, ngati lingana le yam. I see nama Fenter, like Fenter is Fenter trailer, you know, a trailer. So we adopted the word Fenter trailer. So Ati, Nitimna Mazi, you know what? Because we are late and everyone will be standing and we have to walk through this, you know, all the way to the front. Let's hoy our Fenters. Ati, I'm showing you it mustn't get to you'll be walking in front. You must just bear. It doesn't matter how long it takes. She'll hold the fenders. And you know how the French men love to see the front. Then they will sit down. I think, they were like itching out of Mazi. I have so many fond memories. And I remember other moments as well when she just had enough. You know, she like, I've had enough. We got invited, which was a special invitation. We got invited by Minister of Home Affairs, when she was, whatever. So she invited us at the opening of Parliament in Cape Town. First of all, we missed going there because she just didn't want to go and walk the red carpet. You know, when you go to the, sauna. She didn't want to go there, so we ended up staying in the hotel. And then, but that night we had to go to the gala dinner, which is hosted by Nkosazana because we are her guests. There's no way we can miss this. That's the reason we are there. There was all kinds of drama. The driver of the limousine, instead of going, the driver of the limousine, I don't know where he got his brief from. We are supposed to be going to, like, what's the opposite of Stellenbosch, the other opposite end? Let's say you're in Pretoria, you're supposed to go to Vereeniging. Ne? So the driver of the limousine picks us up at the hotel. We drive, the next thing we get to this area where it's pitch dark, there's power sharing or there's no lights. Mazi says, they're killing us. Whatever, we are in the dark, this guy's been driving forever. The guy has got the wrong brief. He's taking us to Stellenbosch. The event is, let's say, like I'm making an example. The event is, what's the other part, the opposite? Yeah? Anyone from Cape Town knows what I'm talking about. And yeah, but it's like, siya epitori, fanake siya eVanderbilt. It's like this. So by the time we get there, the event has started. The Nkosazana's event had started. Then the limousine guy. This event is at a golf course. They've a huge marquee for this gala dinner. It's at a golf course, which we didn't know. So this guy, suddenly he drops us off, this driver. Now, you're dropping us off in the middle of nowhere in the dark. He says, well, cars are not allowed there. They need to find someone to bring, what is those golf carts to pick you up. I'm not allowed to drive the car to the... Okay, have a look at this. Do you see this old lady here? Are you expecting her to walk from where we are right down to where the marquee is? It's impossible. And this guy, I mean, he had such an attitude. My God, if he's not fired by now, he'll never be fired. Because I'm telling you dust. But guess what? We were stranded. We walked. I remember Mbambu Miriam. I think we got somewhere where there was a little, you know, when they cut the tree and by hands of a stool or a resting area. She sat there and she said, I'm sighing down. And I'm like, Mom, we have to. I say, I'm sighing down. Saying, when are you have? And I'm thinking, who do I phone? Mazi, whose numbers have you got? I phoned Jessie Duarte. Jessie Duarte, I got hold of her. And I tell her the situation. She says, wait right where you are. She says, I'm sending someone. Aziz Pahad or Isok Pahad came to find us with a torchlight. Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? Mara? Miriam, where are you? And eventually we start calling out and responding. She says, okay, wait right there. I'm bringing a car. I don't care who says what. Aziz brought a car. Ngenkani wafaka imoto lapho kule green grass yase golf course. Picked us up. Cut long story short, I'm going to get to the end because there's so many great memories. So one day I tell Miriam a funny incident. When I was driving my car and I was pouring petrol at a garage. Now I happened to hit that one of these cars by busy slash, you know, you open slash. So roof. Now at the garage, there's young people, you know, young guys, but hey, my old lady, hey, can I? And I respond by saying, yeah, bafane. So I get a trap, but no, my old lady, I said, it's not bad language. These cards, SLK stands for Sigale Cake, which I didn't know. So I get home, I see Mazi, and I tell Mazi the story. Kanting Moshilo. One day, I can't remember we were coming from where, and we've got the Sigale Cake open. Now, Mazi hated wearing caps. Ne? She never liked wearing caps. So ngithi uzochiswa ilanga athi kudala lingishisa ilanga eAfrika. Akanginandaba ilanga liyashisa sivula isilahla. Sisemarobotini eWilliam Nickel. Kune-taxi ngapha ne. Labantu be-taxi mabedi bayasibona nomazi. Ngithi but nangu mama Afrika Miriam Makeba. Noma Maralo wamuvango mamkhefi yonke lento. The next thing, ninjani umazi uvule ifasteri. Itaxi mile umazi wathi sisigale cake. I was like, I'm done. What is sisigale cake? Yeah. I'm sure abantu taxing they must have thought, my God. I wonder who's corrupting who here. Is Marab corrupting this dear old lady, or the other way around? Now I'm going to get to the sad part of my relationship with Mazi. Can I have some water? I miss those moments. because it was for me a privilege just to be next to her and to talk to her like she was just, umama nje, usisi wami, umama. And those moments I miss. But there came a time when her health was kind of challenging her. Seriously speaking, challenging her. Her health was challenging her. Sometimes we'll go there, I don't know, sometimes Nzofika or Faith Kekana from one of the backup singers, Simba rapi nyao, nimrapi nyao, guguti nyao, solen, So we just rap her, we'll spend time with her. And she would come to my house with unannounced, I'll just be told at the gate, mama ko seka mnyang, seka koko tagalindi lento funeka sign, they know her already. And she'll come and we'll sit. One day we sat at my house until 5 in the morning singing. The neighbors in our 4-way gardens is like they could report us because we were being noticed. They just knew, but we knew Mara is with Miriam Makeba. Miriam Makeba and Mara sing all night. We sit and sing all night. But her health was starting to be a challenge for Mazi. And but there was a time which, when I think about, I still have that whole picture of what happened in those 4 weeks. 4 Sundays. 4. It was 4 Sundays. When I joined Mama Manyano, Methodist Manyano Roy Bike, So I told her, and she says, "Hey, mtana, wenzani kulabo mama beRoy Bike? Bazoshuka labo mama labo." Ngathi mawe, I think it's, khona nje into ethi ngiyoba part of it. Anyway, she was not impressed about that. But every Sunday she knew that I'm going to church on Sunday mornings, ne? And she would say, "Okay, mawuphume esontweni uzondlula ngapha uzodla lunch uze no my punki." She called Ratu, my daughter Ratu, she calls her my punki. Says uze no my punki and come and have lunch. Sometimes I really want to go and eat lunch. Ratu ukukile, she has cooked naye ekhaya emzimhlophe, so ngifuna ukuyodla emzimhlophe. But again, respect kama, I'd eat emzimhlophe and then go and eat again because she cooked. The first Sunday, I found Mazi sitting. She had, what's that chair that we got from the ambassador of Poppy Mpoko? You remember Poppy? Zinzi? You remember Poppy Mpoko? The wife of the ambassador? Huh? Yeah. They had given Mazi that chair. What do they call the lounger? Yeah, the lounger chair. They had given her the chair some time ago when we were invited there. So after the first Sunday that I noticed this, I didn't quite notice it, I noticed the next following Sunday. But that Sunday, I found her lying on this lounger, wearing a beautiful white dress with, those lace sleeves. Diamond jewelry, diamond earrings. She had a watch. I don't know, a beautiful watch was engraved with the name of somebody. I'm not going to bring the name up. The kids know who it is. So she had this watch. It's a gold and diamond watch. She's lying in a very funny way, She's lying like someone who's dead, into my lady boxing in a coffin. She's lying on this lounger chair, like this. So I knock on her, hello, everybody, I find it. And I'm going, "Now, Mazi, Ziwaki, why are you sleeping there dressed in all white? All white." You remember I told you this story. You're dressed in all white, and you're lying there, with your hands on your sides. We are rehearsing now, you're rehearsing. And she says, "Hey, ukalile wena ukhuluma umphetho." Ngithi ma, ayi, sit up, let us let's have a glass of wine or something. And she got up. The following Sunday, again, now she used to phone me. She would phone me, leave a message. "Hey, mtanam, ngicela undlule la mawuphume esontweni." And I'll go. Mangfika, first I'll go home, get out of the Roy Bike, Manyano, you can't go and socialize wearing that uniform. I go. Again, the second Sunday, I found Mazi, again, sitting in that position with that same outfits, all white. I think at one point, Brahu and Sis Barbara came to visit her sometime, and they found her like that. And Sis Barbara, Brahu says, "Mara, wat gaan aan met jou, Mazi? What is that yellow white dress, sitting like this as if she's, but it feels a bit creepy for me. It was feeling creepy. That's the second Sunday. The third Sunday, again. The fourth Sunday, and I says, Mazi, this is, I don't know which ones are. I say, now she has already told the family all the things that she wants done when she passes on and blah, 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 blah. And then me, I like to joke. Sometimes I wish someone could just stop me from joking even when someone is serious. But I struggled to take her serious because I did not think Miriam was ready to leave us. I thought she still has maybe another 10 years or so. There's still so much that I wish she could still do to help the younger generation, teach them, So including ourselves, there was so much wisdom that I was getting from Mazi. So for me, I was not ready for her. And even when she says, she's now tired, because of why? I remember she fighting with someone from arts and culture when they wanted her to share a dress room. I'm sharing dress room, which I'm not going to call their name. She was freaked out. She says, South Africa, they have no respect. They don't love me. She said it, and I'm not putting words into her mouth. She used to say, actually, they don't love me, they don't respect me. They take me, Nani, Naboba, we are all the same thing. Yeah. And you know how that made me feel? I was like, she's so right. She's so right. Now even this person I'm not going to call by a name. The same thing. And then share the dressing room and toilet. Those things made Miriam so angry. My hamba, we are hamba, we are Italian, we are hamba. Because she still have to sing. But we hamba because she was going through hell financially. She was going through certain things where she still wanted to perform and be respected, but no one in South Africa was looking at her anything. And if they do, they want to pay her 60,000 less like everybody else.
And pay the overseas artists 10 times that.
Yeah. So for me, I'm telling the truth today, I'm speaking truth. And Miriam should still maybe be still with us. Or maybe had passed on a little later. She was hurting inside. She was hurting. She was not happy. She was hurting. Miriam. Yeah. One day we are on phone and guess what? But in Semashambandos, Epitos. When at an event, guess what? I'm in a dressing room. I'm in a dressing room, bang the toilet, Who must change in the toilet? Of which toilet is being used by all the people who are working backstage. His house is next. They're giving her one house there. One house for the Mazi. This is your room. You can even stay the night tonight. We will serve you nice breakfast. We do ABC. Nothing happened. And I'm telling the truth today because we don't know why some of us carry this anger. Some people don't know. They think we want to be treated like children. And I'm full of treated. And I'm full of treated. I don't escape your mouth. No. The fact that we stopped being anything else, being being lawyers or doctors. My teacher knew Maralo is not going to be a scientist or a doctor. Old SK Matike, he just gave me books, music books, because he knew that's where my talent is. I'm a singer, I'm an actress. But no, you don't. Now, I'm talking like this, and I know I'm losing. I just want to come to the point, Miriam. She died unexpectedly. We didn't expect it. But she was not happy. She died an angry woman who the whole world saw as Mama Africa. But like I, but manje, so what? Yeah. So I knew that pain. I remember that week, I'm doing a show, because I dabble between singing and acting. So I'm doing a show where South Africa, Sun International, they put together what you call a little play, it's an industrial theater film. It's myself, Joe Mafela, Eddie Epstein, and some white men. So we're going to do a tour of all the Sun International hotels. Cut long story short, where we're going to be teaching the staff at Sun International hotels. There's a beautiful script that we wrote, teaching the staff how to take care of international guests who are supposed to be coming for the World Cup, 2010 World Cup. So our job is to go around the country of all the hotels. So Mazi Manzohamba, that weekend, Mazi was going to be going to the tour that she did in Italy, where she dropped. Now before then, that week, Barack Obama had just won the elections of being president of America. Mazi, now in my phone, I had all the numbers, two. The one like a number when she's overseas. So when it's the overseas number, when the phone rings, it goes Mazi Pesheya. And I know she's calling me from overseas. So she calls me. She calls me on a Monday, which I don't know where she was living. She calls me on a Monday. She says, "Hey, Mtana, nyahamba Italy nyakuphi nyazuhamba izolo kuphi ngithi yebo ma akulalele ngizakufonela mangifike eItaly." She phones me. Was it on a Wednesday? Yeah. She phones me on a Wednesday when the result of Barack Obama, that he's won the presidency, the first black president in America. She phones me. Now, hello. I've just told you the history, how long I've known Miriam. I've known her when I've actually literally met her when she came back. I've known about her, but meeting her, those like, was when she came back from England. So she calls me, she says, "Hey, now I don't phone her about you. But for interview at the BBC, the CNN, need manje, why you phoning at me?" I said, "No, ngitshela ukuthi ngithini phela nina nikhuluma lezi lungu ezinkulu lezi. Bafuna ukungi-interview ukungibuza about Barack Obama, ukuthi he's running for president if he wins. Mina manje you want me to tell you what to say? How can I do that? You travel the world, you've met all kinds of kings and presidents, you should know what to say." I said, "No, ngifuna nje ukufaka nje something attractive." And she says, "Okay, but if he wins, if Barack wins, the whole of Africa is going to they will be celebrating the first time a black man wins the presidency in America. Amadlozi, ngithi batshela ukuthi amadlozi wethu azogiya." Wathi, ngiyayithanda le amadlozi ukuthi azogiya. That's the one I'm going to tell them. Anyway, that was anyway. The next thing, 2 days later, Miriam phones me. In the morning, she did breakfast with Joe Mafel at this hotel, Sun International. She said, Wild Coast, yeah. She did breakfast, my phone rings, it's Mazi. Now there's a time difference, but according to the time, the results says announcing Ugutu Barack as one. She was screaming on the phone on my ear. Siwinile! Now she's speaking as if Siwinile, like we're all... So all of us now suddenly, Siwinile. Yeah. Siwinile, Barack the first! And she was so excited. That was a Wednesday. She calls me on the Saturday. She says they're now in Italy, right? Where she's going to perform. She says, on Tuesday, I'm coming back on Tuesday. And I'm going to we're going to have a party to celebrate Barack Obama. But we'll have it at your house for we got it. Mama, if we have it at my house, the whole, everybody was doing it. Nobody knows your address when you fit for week and no one knows where you stay unless they are close, you know, close number. They just shut up. Now, and then she starts telling me what she's gonna bring. She's gonna bring champagne from Italy. And I must go and organize seafood. Now, you know, Miriam used to cook, the best cook. She was the best cook. She never arrives at your house in a patang tray or wood. Even if you had cooked, she'll still arrive with pots and things, food, you know, she always contribute. She was a real African woman. That's what you do when you get invited. You don't just arrive hanging hands, you know, it's horrible what you've turned out to be. So Miriam phones me. She's telling me what she's going to bring. Mina, I must go and organize prawns and whatever so she can make a big seafood jambalaya and we can celebrate Barack Obama. That's a Saturday night. Yeah? That's a Saturday to me at what time? And she's about to go on stage. Sunday, early hours now, I normally sleep with my phone turned off because I'm you know, sometimes you get woken up, someone calls you, but the number but phone in the early hours of the morning, hello baby. Yeah, those things happen. While you're sleeping peacefully, your phone rings. No, I tell my phone when I go to sleep, 9 o'clock, my phone is switched off. 9 o'clock. So it can't be 6 so that I can have peaceful sleep. And I don't have a landline, so no one can get hold of me. So if anything has happened, what can I do on 2 o'clock? But I see that I go with my phone and hello babe. Yeah, or you know, so now, so apparently someone has been trying to call me. I think Zenzile tried to call me, and my daughter tries to, everyone is calling, I'm sleeping. So in the morning, I switch on, I put my phone on. I see a whole package of messages. And I'm like, what's this messages? And then my daughter calls, says, hey, Thabo, now when I look at my phone, check the page, watch TV, need to know what's happening on TV. I watch TV, need what's happening. Atumazi. Ugogo, now my daughter called her Gogo. Said, Ugogo, need to Gogo Rabani. Atugogo, Umazi, need to Wednesday. Atushoni Langatara to get out of here. You know, I was talking to her yesterday, there was nothing wrong with her. What happened? How can suddenly Namhlanje Shoni this was a slightly joke? And she was fine. So Namhlanje Shoni, you know, and that's exactly that. For me, I have that whole picture of the 4 weeks in a white dress. That picture of 4 weeks in a white dress every Sunday. This woman, indlela yakhe beseke ibonile, you know, his nyanya zakhe and Almighty, they had already been guiding her. Beseke she had, I know it's painful for us who are still here, but some people uThixo uyambonisa indlela yakho, but it's just that, I mean, beninokujoka mayithi yena mayishona, she wants to be cremated. And she didn't want to be put in a coffin. I didn't know if I get boxing. She didn't want that. She said, when I die, can I give? If I don't cremate and speak now, with my sick and silly sense of humor. You know, so much is in a coffin. So, Baso cremate and that. I said, hey, but no. You know, so manje bazo kwenza kanjani cremation. So bazo bamba ngama tongues ngathi baya state never lo bethi shh. She would laugh and go, hey, I'm stoked. But I'll try and take the whole seriousness of it and make it, turn it into a little bit of fun. You know, well, I could see what she was starting to even speak funny, you know, but not funny as in No, not having lost her mind. But just speak like someone who's already accepted that she's got a new journey that she's going to go. And we don't know what it is. So when she passed on that morning, I did not believe it. I did not believe my doctor. I did not believe Zenzi. I called her. I did not believe. I thought it cannot be. She was laughing yesterday. But today I'd like to say I am privileged to have met Miriam Makeba. Not everybody had the privilege to even get that close. I know about Adi, they were so close. Adi literally grew up under Miriam. For me, it was like, good Lord, it's like I've just died and gone to heaven, meeting Miriam Makeba, I can't believe. And I found her to be the most humble human being. And I can't. Anyway, I've spoken a lot, I've spoken too much, but I just wanted to take you on a journey of Miriam, the funny stories, the humor of our friendship, because I love to be in a relationship, a friendship where we can laugh, you know, otherwise I don't know why I'm picking if you go serious.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you very much, Sis Mara. Thank you very much. I can see you pulling your fender there. Oh, I knew this, it's going to be difficult for me to manage this panel because the stories, and I think you will have to pardon me. It's 2:30. We should be going for lunch, and I'm standing between you and your lunch. And I hope you'll forgive me. So, this was too much. Both of you, the stories that you shared of your lives with Miriam Makeba. Stories of laughter, of pain and sorrows. And it's said that every speaker actually today comes to this sad point of the politics of the day. It's very sad. What kind of a country treats its own like this? It's actually sad. It's making everyone in this room emotional to see our icons being treated in this manner. Thank you very much. Thank you kindly, Memara. Thank you kindly, Kubeka. This was, we can't get this anywhere in the books. We can't get it anywhere. And for those who are watching at home, and those who are here as well, we have everything online. This material is going to be archived. You'll have access. That's why you will see me sometimes leaving them to go beyond the time set. Otherwise, I'm trying to think chronologically here. The next panelist will be Tunokwe, our artist, our educator. We know me. I don't even have to introduce her. So I just want her to come. I'm not sure if you are okay now to come over, or I saw you very emotionally. Thank you very much. You know, they are performers. They cry, they laugh, you know, and all in one. Thank you so much, Ma. Thank you kindly.
Can you see me? Okay. Whoa, I brought this book because I had notes. Okay. I put notes down of like the areas of Mama Mazi that I remember that I would like to share today. So I'm not going to open the book. I would just like to thank so many people. I'm recording myself there so that when it gets to 10 minutes, you can just show me, because I'm going to try and summarize. Because everything that there's so much that is similar, even though it happened in a different era. So I'm not going to repeat, but I'm going to pick the points where, as a young girl, I worshipped Mama Miriam. And I must have been about the same age, because I started performing at the age of 6. as part of the Black Angels. So, Makulum Tomnyama, when this black woman was singing with a technique that my mother said, my mother was my first vocal coach, that my mother said it was a perfect method that she was using. My mom was classically trained. She was an opera singer from Zululand. She met an Italian woman who trained her for 5 years for free. So she sang bakanga and she sang opera. And she would say, this is it, this is the technique. You can learn her songs if you want to know how to sing. So from that age already I worshipped her. I did not know that in years to come I would actually meet her. So what Sis Mara was explaining, that, you know, she wished to meet her where she was abroad and she missed her, and I know exactly what she's talking about. I'm going to jump on these points. Yeah? I hope you don't get lost. I don't quite remember who was behind our meeting, but I know that I was booked to back up with Thabo Ndebele and Zenzile. I don't remember, were you on stage with us? It was just so overwhelming. It was Zenzile. Were you? Yeah. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Zenzile, were you on stage with us on that first year, that first day when she came back after America had thrown her out? Because that's what we were told. Okay, so there was a third lady that I don't remember, but there was Sonto Ndebele. And we are backstage. Okay, that I can share. We are backstage, and there's this tall gentleman that Miriam keeps saying, no, don't. He was asking to take pictures with us because he was excited to see these young girls from South Africa, and she kept saying, no, these kids are still going back home. She was trying to protect us. And this gentleman was Dr. Michael. So, and then there was sort of like a debate, like, no, there's nothing wrong. They're here to perform with you. And, you know, these are girls, these are young kids, these are our kids from home. And she's like, but you don't understand that country. You know, they might be seen with you in a picture. Remember what happened to me after I married you. So, well, we did take, I think, maybe one picture or so. And Miriam didn't like that. And now we're going on stage. The noise, oh my gosh. It sounded like rain, you know? The people, I'm sorry. Okay, this is how I do it even at home, okay? It's actually not me, but it's somebody who is with me. I don't cry like this when I cry in real life. The thing is, I'm thinking about that rain of joy. And I'm thinking about the day I was with her in South Africa when she was shouting to someone from the Department of, I think it was Foreign Affairs. They were negotiating a fee. I'm like, how can Mazi negotiate a fee? So now, I think my guide, or Ristunya, or Ridlozi, or Ritonga, or angazi ukuthi banohamba nami ukhala ngaleyo ndlela. Kodwa loyo, I think uyayithatha le pain ukuthi siphole sonke sisimara. Thank you. Thank you for telling all that, because I've known you for so many years. I look up to you, but you've never told me these stories. And you've actually healed me today, you know?
because I always have this memory of Miriam. Gaze ngahamba ngaye NEF. Kuthi you know ama-artist amadala ngicela ukuthi nifake imali kuwona benze their own television shows. Makuthi ngivuka ekseni ngicula ngise bedroom enze leyo nto sifikile, because I didn't understand ukuthi kwenzeka kanjani ukuthi uMiriam azashone stage. Kude kangaka bekwenziwa yini ukuthi azahambe engaphilile? What was forcing her to go ayosebenza? Manje ngiyaxhuma ngiyahlanganisa le ndaba ukuthi ungasali kuze kusale kakhulu. New York. I'm going to be studying at Manhattan School of Music. And now I'm rehearsing with my Miriam. She keeps telling me about her daughter. She keeps telling me about her granddaughter, you know, the stories, and showing me the pictures. Athi lo ube nobungoma. Futhi nalona futhi, I can see now you nobungoma. Phela noma wami wayinobungoma. And I don't know how it happened that we were so together. It was just a short period. But she had things to just offload. And I even told her about what had happened to me, because she was asking me about Sarafina. And I said, do you know that that is my concept? So I gave her the whole story. But I said, my name is Stu. I was born to keep quiet. So until the time is right, I will tell. And this is that time now. It's 40 years later. It's a pity the intellectual property law is gone. But yeah, it's 40 years later, but only 2 months ago that I started engaging lawyers. But because I'm an African woman and I respect myself, like I had to let it just fly. You know, she knows the whole story. But I said, I want the kids to enjoy it here on Broadway. I want this, I want this, I want them to have their lives. Because the truth, Mazi taught us the truth. The truth, you can never finish the truth. It's energy. So I gave my brother respect. I called him before I started this exercise with the lawyers now. I called him, I found him ill. He couldn't speak properly. He sounded really not well. And I said, okay, Brew, I want to send you a letter, but it's very formal. I want you alone to just do the right thing. This is my joyous journey to justice. And he was like, I hear you, sis. I sent the letter, send it on WhatsApp as well. I'm sorry, I'm speaking to Coco about Coco, but I'm just speaking the truth now. Yeah, 40 years later. I sent the letter. He did not respond. I gave him 1 week, right? And I said, I don't want this to be a media spectacle. And look now, we're being filmed. Now I'm talking like this. It's going to end up going that direction. I told him. I said, you're my brother. I sent the second letter after a week. He did not respond. I then speak to an IP lawyer that represents him. And he's like, I can't do anything because I work for him. But I want to organize a round table so we can do this thing amicably, like you say in your letter. That hasn't happened up to today. So it's ugly, but it's good in the eyes of God. Because finally, it's not just someone who's interviewed me and I said it by mistake. It is me who said I'm going the legal route. And I didn't even say I'm going to court at first. But if we don't get there, whether I win or lose, but I've gone there. Because justice takes us there.
So, umama, yo, Nkosi yami. Yishilo kaBaba Stokely, ne? Ngayisho yami ngisemntwana. I'm just wanting to round up now. 10 minutes figured? 11. Okay, I could feel it, yeah. I'm going to round up and saying, thank you so much, everybody who's here. Thank you, UNISA. Thank you, Thabo Mbeki Institute. Thank you, Bosses Bami. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, too. Eish, I was not ready for some of these things. Somebody should have just prepared me what the day is going to do to me. There's a roller coaster of emotions, stories of invisibilization, erasure. Hey, it's sad here. Yeah, it's tough out there. Without wasting any time, we are remember, this is an intergenerational dialogue. Now we are getting into the younger ones. And I think Ntate Zane Mvula will come over. And he's here to represent our contemporary. He's my contemporary and he's going to represent our voices. It's hard. I feel like I want you to sing because I love the song.
Molweni, ninjani? Nathi siyaphila inkosi kakhulu. Look, I would love to say thank you to the family. Lumumba, Zenzi, Umjita, uyakhula kawo. Uzenzile, uzanibethe, sorry. Uzenzile. And the Thabo Mbeki Foundation, African School, Advocate Mantula, Oyewan Biza, and he's always talking with me and telling me about, listen, umama. I don't have much to say, but to say, Dr. Makeba was a revolutionary, a fearless spiritual individual who abhorred cowardice. Her impeccable vocals and truest interpretations of emotions, kuzo zonke ingoma zakhe, she would sing, made her to be the most recognizable voice and personality in South Africa, in the world. She almost single-handedly made the whole world know about the atrocities done to black people by the then apartheid South African government. Mama was fearless and full of love. The bravest artist I've ever spent my time and space with. The days that unfolded, mntanami izodla, then azongiphekela andixelele yonke into andifundise, where I would learn a lot about stories zakhe nabo Nina Simone, where they would go and club, hop club or club hop, something like that, and dismiss everyone and tell everyone that, listen here, the first person in the world was a black man, so you can't tell me nothing. And all those stories that, Mama would say. And then she landed in South Africa. One day I was watching news and the interviewer asked her, so whom do you love in South Africa as, this new young guy? He said, there's this young man by the name of Ringo. Hey! I was watching, I was like, wow, she's talking about me. And, the next thing I got invitations to go and spend time with her. And then there was this other guy that was, used to be sewing clothes for her. And, you know, he would come in and then say, show him this one, show me that one. And she'll be cooking and, you know, putting DVDs there about, you know, atrocities that were done by the United Snakes of America. That's what she always say, that the United Snakes of America. So, yeah, I would be there. Look, and then I was invited by her first, in her house that I want you to produce my album. I was like, oh, I didn't hear that. And then Antos from Galo called me and she said, listen, Umama wants you to be with her in a studio and you will be with her grandson, Ulumumba, you know, the guy with the big voice. And I was like, okay, yes. And I was very honored, you know, to be part of that production team with Lumumba, and especially on the last album, Reflections. And, you know, it touched me, you know, Umama as a sicho outstep or Maralo. As sicho, Umama would come in a studio at about 8 with pots and pots of food. Then we have to eat first. By the time we start to work, it's about 11. And we are full and we are tired, but then we need to work. And then after 2 you know, hours, then she will sit down then, red wine. Then after red wine, then there's nothing to be done. Yeah, you know, look, I enjoyed every moment with Mama, and I'm glad that I was, you know, honored to be around her sometime. She would always constantly advise me not to bow down to fear and cowardice. Adim Danam, as a musician, always sing the truth about anything and show love to your people and make sure that you give hope to the hopeless. She said, okay, Mama, I'll do that. And look, I'm glad and thank you very much, Advocate, for inviting me to come over. And I hope that we will learn from what Mama left us, that legacy of being selfless and, you know, fearless and brave, you know, and say what you think, as long as you are not, you know, stepping on anyone's toes, but do what you think is right and love each other. Umama washoti, mtanam, nithandane. And I want to keep it that way. And I want to say happy birthday, Mama. Happy 90th birthday.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Short and sweet. Ntate Ringo. Ooh. Aye. Another warm round of applause for our interlocutors. All of them. All of them. All of them. All of them. I'm now going to call upon. Ooh. You know, it's actually funny for me to be here and they are not singing. You know what I'm saying? And they are not singing. It's a bit awkward for me. It's like you have not, I know. It's like you are not doing what I want you to do. You know, somehow to be in an academic space. Okay. Okay.
She wants me to sing something.
Okay, okay.
So I can't disrespect Mom Abigail.
Okay,
Mom
okay.
Abigail has always been there.
Okay.
Mom Abigail was there before I was born.
Yes.
Mom Abigail was there
after I was born.
Yes.
Mama Abigail has always
still
been,
here.
even after Mama passed away, Mama Abigail has always.
Is
Mama
here.
as well too.
Is
They're
your mother.
always there.
I took your mom to the airport when Miriam asked for her to come over after she was banned and she passed on, and I had the honor of seeing her grave, going to her grave in Guinea, and that was the closure for me to say, now here lies what
Thank you.
I'm gonna sing Mama for her.
Okay, okay.
She's my mama. Is this thing on? Yes.
Yeah.
1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2.
Okay, it's fine.
Oh, I can sing. Angilalanga babo. Angilalanga. Angilalanga sebe kulumanga. Angilalanga babo. Angilalanga. Angilalanga sebe kulumanga. Do one more for Mama Makeba's birthday, for my mother's here. To my sister. Of things I should be thankful for. Oh, yes. I've had a good meal share. And as I sit here in the comfort, oh, my cozy chair, my fancy takes me to a humble east side tenement. Reef lights up in the rear to where my childhood days were spent. It wasn't much like paradise, but amid the dirt and all, there sat the sweetest angel, one that I fondly hold. My wonderful mama, I need her more than ever now. My wonderful mama, I long to kiss her wrinkled brow. I long to hold her hands once more, as in days gone by, and ask her to forgive me for things I did to make her cry. How few were her jewels. She never cared for fashion styles. Her jewels and treasures, she found them in her baby smile. Oh, I know that I owe what I am today to that dear
re nyake lo tsamaya re sa bona. Wa bona ntho ya dira di-program, re nyake lo tsamaya re sa bona. Re nyake lo tsamaya re sa bona. Hey, banna. So you are born into music. That's why it's not surprising why I'm a bimbist. I've never heard my father sing, I've never heard my mother sing, so that's why I'm a bimbist. She sang, and at some point I was feeling like I'm hearing Mama Makeba in her songs. I don't know if people got that. Thank you so much. Thank you kindly. Thank you kindly. Somebody lost their necklace here. Please come and get it from me when I sit down, as I call on our sister, our own musician, Mercy Pokazi. Mercy Pokazi. The one thing that is really exciting is that May impacted on generation to generation. You know, there's a generation yabo mema tu libo memara. There's a generation yabo me Abigail. There is a generation yabo Ringo. There is this one, and there's the one coming and coming and coming. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Sipogazi. I deliberately called myself Sipogazi, just my name, as a brand. I don't call myself by surnames for different reasons that I'm not gonna mention today. I'm gonna go straight to why I'm here. I met Mama Miriam Zenzile Makeba in 2007. I had just released my debut album, and I went to the Mushito Music Conference, and that is where we met. She didn't have much time. She was busy. She was with the panelists there. But I was so eager to talk to her. And she gave me, I think, 1.5 minutes. But she embraced me like she knew me. She was very warm, very kind, very loving. And the reason why I was so eager to meet her is the fact that I was raised by my grandparents at home. And the way my grandmother was loving, she was so kind, she had a beautiful heart. I saw my grandmother in her. And I wanted to be taught in Gauteng and in the music industry. You may lose yourself, you may forget who you are, you may forget certain things and the reason why you are here. So with the teachings from back home, I wanted people like Bomama to guide me. Even today, I'm really waiting for a call from you when I do something wrong to say, hey, wena, buya, because that is what I believe in. I really believe ekungcolisweni, ekubonisweni indlela ngabantu who paved the way for us. And as yonkinto, and I really want to learn, even now, I really want to learn from you, my mothers. So I was very sad when I heard about her passing, Umamu Miriam, because of what I just said now, because I was really looking forward to learning from her. But fortunately, her music is still doing that for me, even today. I am learning a lot from her music, and I am being guided not only by her music and the music of the late Mamu Dorothy Masuku, and Mama Bam, Usistu, you know, Mama, I love you so much. No, Mama. Yes, you are. You really showed me the way. I remember the times we used to rehearse at Umamu Marilyn. When we rehearsed there, you took me as your child. You guided me. You showed me the way. So I really love looking up to people who have paved the way already. I continued to do a little research about Umama, listening to her music as well. I connected with her more and more. And I think that one of the things that I have learned from her and is the education that comes with her music. And as a result, I also educate with my music. I encourage with my music. I speak of humanity, of humility, and love in my music, which are the things that she was and she sang about. She encouraged me to continue singing in my native language, because pasifika apha singabantu abatsha, we want to change indlela esicula ngayo, we want to change who we are, we want to do a lot of things so that sanelise abantu zawuthini ngeli xesha sikulo sifuna ukwanelisa abantu abathile, forgetting where we're coming from, ukuthi sishiye abantu phayana who want to also be encouraged. So if you are going to encourage them in another language and forget about them, even though it's not a problem, because there are people who want to also hear you who do not speak your language. But I am encouraged to sing in my language because it's who I am, and it comes natural to sing in my language. And abantu abafana no mama encouraged me ke ngokuthi ungoyiki, yenza iba nguwe, yenza lento enguwe le o comfortable ngokuyenza, because uyenza kakuhle effortlessly xa usenza lento yiyo. I also use her fierceness in the way that I write my songs against the abuse of women and children. And the fact that she was an advocate for the liberation of black people in South Africa, I also want to liberate my people as well through her music. Okay, there's something that I would like to say. I would like to acknowledge this guy. His name is Billy Munama. Billy Munama started, what do I call it? A project called Grassroots Project. He revives the music of the people who paved the way for us. He does have albums, but he is booked more to come and present this project because it's so beautiful. And when he books me, he always gives me Mama Miriam Makeba's songs. I don't know what he sees or what he hears, but for me, it's something huge because it helps me to reconnect with Umama. Because sometimes we get busy with our own music and we forget this music that grounds us, that builds us. So I would like to commend Upili and say he must keep on doing what he's doing, because when he gives me a chance to sing Mama Miriam Makeba's songs, I really come alive and become something that it's something that I aspire to be. I know I'm not there yet. I always tell him that, hey, these shoes are too big to fill, man. I can't fill Mama Miriam Makeba's shoes. But I appreciate what he does because it also trains me, trains my voice. I get to be calm and aware that this is not my song. And so that grounds me a lot. It puts me in my place. And in our industry, I want to say this because we are being streamed live. There are people who are asking themselves, where is Pokazi? Kwenzeka ntoni? I know in the media, people have said, waginywa ngumtshato, she sacrificed her career for marriage, all these lies that are out there. In the industry that we are in, as I was sitting there, I'm a very private person and I'm very reserved. I don't like talking about my stuff. But as I'm sitting there, I'm listening to Umamu. In fact, both of them, but Umama unpacked it, widely. Umamu Umaralo. When you talked about the unhappiness that Umama was going through. In this industry, the industry tends to want to decide when your time has come to an end, while you are still alive. And they spread words ukuthi you are no longer here, okanye unenhloko enkulu, awufumaneki, while you are still there. And I'm not a big fighter, but I don't understand. Sometimes I do fight because I write things in my music. But there are certain things that I don't fight. And I tell myself that, okay, I'm a believer. I believe in God. So I would tell myself, okay, God promised to fight my battles. This one is not mine. He's going to fight it for me. And it prolongs and prolongs. It takes very long because God's timing is not our timing. I was told that without this, I don't want to mention names because the other time my husband mentioned somewhere and then we are still in trouble even today. But I was told that you will never amount to anything. You will never do anything without me, without working with me here. And I saw things happening. And at that time, the media, people did not find us through media, social media, to say, okay, I want to book you. They only looked at the CD, which, oh, okay, for bookings, ufumaneka apha. So I was more like caged in the house, wanting to go out there, wanting to perform. But and those voices, they cripple you when you are told that you will never be anything. I'm gonna make sure that you don't do anything. And ngapha, you are, God created you uniquely. He gave you a purpose. He gave you the gift that is like no other. Yes, we are all gifted, but I am spokas. No one is like me. No one delivers this thing like I do. And then there's this person who's saying you can't do anything, ungasebenzi nami, and yet you are going there to say, let's fix things. I'm asking questions. I need answers. And then you are taken as, who are you? Who do you think you are? Are you coming here to question me? I'm not going to take that. I'm going to make sure instead that you become nothing. And I would read on newspapers. I even stopped buying papers because I would read this thing. I'm someone who tries by all means to live a good life. I'm not perfect, but I try by all means to be the way I was taught at home, the way I was raised. And I also feel for people who come after me. I want them to be good. I want them to learn good things from me. But I would read bad things about me in the media, and some are in the internet. My kids will read about these things one day, and yet I was not like that. And even in terms of bookings, you will meet this promoter. He will tell you, hey, we're now tolakali. But we called this person and they told us that you are big-headed, you are not around. And time is moving at that time. You are not getting gigs, you are not getting interviews. One time, and God would reveal these things, and you would meet someone and this person would tell you, no, when you will never be played on radio as much as you were played. Because these people, we get paid to not play your music. And then you meet someone from the press, they tell you, we were told to write crap about you and not good things. So I want to clear it out. Ukuthi, yes, right now we do have the liberty to market ourselves through social media. But it has been tough. And because of Mama Miriam's fierceness, I'm going to push because I have a mandate. I have a mandate, I was called for this. And iyasidla lento as artists, when we don't do this thing, it's a burden, it's painful to stay at home, not doing what you love, what you were called for, let alone loving it. You were called to do this, to encourage, to teach, to do all these things that are good for our communities. But because you are told things that are negative, contrary to what you are here for. But it's okay. And I hail from the Pondoland region, and I'm here to represent Amampondo. I am going to do this. Amampondo, I am going to stand up for them. And in this part of the country, I believe one should be firm in their roots. I believe we are all unique and we are here for a purpose. There's no pressure. Don't change who you are. Don't try and fit in. You are who you are for a purpose, for a reason. Mama Miriam Makeba never lost focus, and I am going to make sure that I follow on those steps. Thank
you. You see, sometimes we speak of this younger generation and think, oh, they are just gyrating. It's not like that. I mean, you've just seen it. They are not just gyrating. And that's why Feast Must Fall happened, Roads Must Fall happened. They are not just gyrating. They are dealing with issues, current issues. They are just not the same as the yesteryears. You know? Thank you kindly, Sipokas. Without a sense of identity, there can be no real struggle. I wanted to quote it directly because it is not my quote, it's Paulo Freire, a Brazilian scholar and an educationist. You want me to repeat? Without a sense of identity, there can be no real struggle. And I think it sums up how you stood here and spoke. Thank you kindly and thank you very much. Lindelan, we want to know when they were sending you and you were refusing, and what would Mama do? We want to know because I think you are the one who will capture Mama at home in this panel, you know, as a great-grandson, and what Mama was at home when she's relaxed, when she's outside this limelight. And I think I want to invite you to join me on stage. Thank you very much. Over to you.
Good afternoon, everybody. How are you? It's been a long day. It's been a beautiful day. It's been a very informative, educational day, and it's been somewhat of a family day, too. I feel like we're all a little bit closer now. I see a lot of my cousins and uncles and aunties that just now used to be strangers, but now we're all one. And I'd like to take this opportunity to talk about our grandmother, our mother, our great-grandmother, and who she was to the public, who she was to her family, and what we all took away from it. Firstly, to me, she was the most beautiful woman in the world. Like, if I can be honest, when I was a baby, I thought I was gonna marry my grandmother. I'm serious, don't laugh. I took this very seriously. I didn't know. I thought, you must marry the woman you love. So I love Goko, you know? And she didn't stop me. She'd go around and tell people that I'm her husband. And it would be so embarrassing and so.
Make a great show,
Yeah.
I married my grandmother.
I really did. I'm not gonna lie. I was totally married to her. I was so in love with her. Her mind, her heart, her wisdom. A lot of people don't realize how intelligent she was, you know. And it's interesting because she didn't need a school. She didn't need an institution to become the great intellectual that she was. She made this planet her school. You know what I mean? She made this planet her school. She never got in class, she never got out of class. Everything was class. And that's something that she taught to all of us, I think. I think she exemplified being an eternal student and subsequently being the ultimate master and teacher. She was a chef. She was my personal chef. Like, she let me travel the world through my taste buds long before I even had a chance to get on the plane, which was very fast, by the way. What was that, 3 months? You know, and she already wanted me in all these different places to gain perspective, to gain culture, to gain all these experiences that were not afforded to her during my age, at least at that time. She was such a mother. And I don't just mean to those who came from her, but anybody that came in front of her, whether you wanted a moment of her time, whether you wanted a bite to eat, if you were stranded, if you were an excellent musician with no means to express yourself, she was a mother to all of us. She was a savior in that sense. And yet, she never had the opportunity to enjoy much of her own mother's love. She never really had a savior of her own. She had to become her own savior. In a time where her greatness was used as a weapon against her, she was punished for being good at what she does. I want this to be an opportunity for all of us to reflect a little bit. Some of us here are advocates, some of us here are artists, some of us here are academics, some of us here are spiritual beings going through a spiritual experience. But I'd like for you to entertain the idea of being threatened with persecution, jail time, maybe even death for doing what you love. Not for hurting anybody, not for spreading hate, but simply using what you love as a means to tell the truth. She was exiled for this. She was banished. She was shunned, not only by the apartheid government, but unfortunately very much by her own people too. And she didn't use this as an excuse to feel defeat. The amount of times life tried to defeat her and she refused every single time. From not being able to bury your own mother to burying your own daughter. Nobody was there to console her during these times. Nobody was there to help her through it. And I know all these things very intimately because, in a way, she blessed me with wisdom beyond my years by not treating me like a child, by expecting me to understand both the most beautiful and the most ugly parts of reality. She ensured that when she took the time to share her benevolence with people who needed it, to create the Miriam Makeba Center for Girls, for example, she was very adamant that I was extremely involved in looking at everything she did, to understand that these opportunities we have, these blessings, these gifts, they're not for us. We are neither the juice nor the drinker, we're the straw. We get the juice to the drinker. We are a vessel, we are a means to an end. And it doesn't matter what you achieve, it doesn't matter how great the world tells you you are, you're still a human being. And none of us are above helping the one next to us. Now watching somebody who's holding Grammy nominations and Grammys and SAMAs and awards and Goodwill Ambassador and presidents, I literally saw presidents, I'm not even joking, like they'd literally greet her like this. The former president of France, Jacques Chirac, gave her the Legion d'Honneur. Our own former colonizers, the French, acknowledged her with the greatest honor they could give a citizen. She wasn't even a citizen. She just spoke French. But you know how the French are. If you speak French, you French now. Especially if you did something great, you super French, you know? I wonder sometimes if those colonizers, especially the ones of French descent, knew that this woman who they exiled could garner the respect of their ancestors. Knew that when she would wear the Légion d'honneur, they would be required by law to stand and salute. Not because she was French, because she was great. She was great in the face of true adversity. True adversity. Not, you know, I didn't get my way today. Not, hey man, this government load shedding. Not, yo, school is tough. True adversity. Fighting for your life. This woman was in the middle of battlefields. This is a woman who picked up an AK-47, not to hurt, but to protect. This is a woman who crossed borders to ensure that the people who were living in her environment were eating. This is not to go and simply perform and live a life of grandeur. This is a woman who would humble herself after selling out stadiums, get on a truck, drive to another country to go get the basics, because this country is currently going through a conflict, and she will ride through a war-torn area that could easily stop that car and murder her, take her away from the people that she loves most. And why did she do this? Because the people around her were in pain. So she forgot about her own pain. She put it to the side, as she did every single time she was asked to. What I want us to do today is to take the opportunity to reflect on what it is we're doing with the chances we have now. What is it we're doing with the opportunities we have today? Because in all honesty, it's a life of leisure compared to just 30 years ago. And sometimes I look at my fellow young people and I'm filled with so much pride. I see all the amazing things we're able to do. And sometimes I'm filled with so much sadness because I feel like as much as we progress with no sense of who we are and where we came from. And Mama always says, you will never know where you're going unless you know where you've been. This is a time for us to celebrate not only her, but our heritage. She was a personification of African heritage. Her heritage became so great that it couldn't even be bound by our own country. She was no longer a daughter of South Africa. She was a daughter, if not a mother, to the whole continent. Why? Why do we call her Mama Africa? I think somebody mentioned that there's an article that somebody wrote on this. I would really love to read this because this is something that we should all think about and write about, sing about. Why did we call her Mama Africa? Because she did everything a mother would do for anybody who came in front of her. Do you understand what that means? Your daughter is here with you, she's hungry. Some other random person with their daughter comes there. She's gonna have to eat less now. Because their pain is no less than yours. Their hunger is no less important than yours. What happened to that mentality? What happened to that perspective? I don't think it's gone. I think we just don't pay enough attention to it anymore. We don't pay enough attention to the people who have given so much and are still giving so much. Right now, every last one of us should feel like the most lucky people in the continent. We are sitting with living legends. Contemplate that. Think about that. Think about the questions you can ask. Not only about your careers, about your families, about life in general. These are master philosophers. Why? Because they took the time to sit and absorb from and with master philosophers like Miriam Makeba, like you, Masekela, like so on and so forth, and so on. The list is endless. We are all great. We have been great. But we will no longer be great if we don't understand what it is that made us this. It's not Gucci. It's not Louis. It's not the iPhone. It's not the Mercedes. It's not the beautiful condo or the 5-bedroom home that we all want to have. It's not that. It's that ability to love one another unconditionally. Now, with that being said, I want to talk a little bit more about her. Her work was so important. It shed light on so much darkness that we had to experience, in some ways that we still experience. Her work gave a voice to many of us that never would have been heard. Her work, and I can't just say her music, I have to call it work now, because it went beyond music. Her work was fashion. Her work was on film. Her work was on stage. Her work was on paper. Everything that she did was to progress, not only herself, but the people around her. She prioritized the African, but she idolized the human being. We don't have many people like this anymore. And we have the privilege as South Africans to say that Mama Africa is ours. And yet somehow, do you know how many people don't even know that Miriam Makeba is from South Africa? There's a list of people who actually think that she's from Guinea. And why would you think that is? Because Guinea has taken more effort to acknowledge and appreciate her. So what are we going to do about that? What did we do for Miriam Makeba? What did we do for Huma Sekela? What did we do for Khositsila? What did we do for Mbeki Mseleko? What did we do? Mozart, hundreds of years ago, is still respected to this day. What does that say about us? That means that we are easy to manipulate. It is so easy to convince us that the most important thing is right now. That is not true. The most important thing is yesterday, right now, and tomorrow. It's all one. And if you don't understand and acknowledge that, you will always be a victim of history instead of the victor. Now, Miriam Makeba was a lot of things, but she was not a victim. Many injustices fell upon her, but she was not a victim. Every challenge she faced, once again, she faced it with pride, with strength. The type of pride and strength that puts fear into the hearts and eyes and minds of colonizers, because they understand one thing above anything else when they see a woman of such conviction: I cannot control this person. And that is the embodiment of who we are. We cannot be controlled. We can only unite out of our own choice, out of our own volition. She stood for that. But where is her work? What is happening to her work? Where does it belong? Right now, as a family, we've taken a lot of responsibility to ensure that the world knows that we do own her name. We are in charge of her catalog, and we're currently trying to ensure that her memory is never lost. It is not with any other organization. It is not with some lawyer. It's not with Sanford Ross. It's not with Patrice Ross, both of whom claim ownership over songs like Pata Pata, incorrectly, unjustly. It's with us. It's with us, the family, the people of South Africa, the people of Africa. We own our story, not them. You can't tell me my story. They cannot tell us who we are. We cannot let Europe, America, Asia, the rest of the world come and tell us who Miriam Makeba was. What does that say about us? We are stronger than this. We are smarter than this. We are beautiful people. We are capable. We are some of the most important individuals on this earth. It's important that we act like it. And that we also show that reverence to the people who gave us this position today. We are living in their homes. They built this house. And we live here with the air conditioning and the Wi-Fi. We wouldn't even have a brick to our name if it wasn't for them. We will no longer accept this narrative being placed upon us. We are going to create the narrative. We are going to shape the stories. We are going to tell the world about our greatness and allow them to admire. I want to take this opportunity to thank each and every single one of you. I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart on behalf of my family, on behalf of my great-grandmother. And I would like for all of you to take today to reflect, to think about the future. But above else, before I leave, we must protect ourselves and we must protect our artists. And for as long as we do not address what is going on in the industry, as long as we do not acknowledge that we need constitutional progress, your great-grandchildren are going to come here and complain about the same thing that I complain about. And that will be your fault. Not our grandfathers, not our grandmothers, not our mothers. It's us. We're here right now. So what we're going to do today is we're going to acknowledge the 4th of March as Makeba Day. And I would hope that perhaps we can use Mama Makeba as a means to bring light to the arts. This should be Mama Makeba Day and National Arts Day. She was the embodiment of our arts. Give it to her and give it to yourselves. Allow yourselves to be great by acknowledging how great we already have been and always will be. Thank you very much.
You know, sometimes you wish there was nothing called time in this world. And especially with this world, this virtual world, because we are timed there, it's going to stop soon before we do the proceedings. And this is archival material. We have to really respect the time. Wow, we talk about the MC or the program director, starstruck, mesmerized. You have met one today. Thank you so much, Lindelani. Thank you so much. And I'm listening to what you are saying, and like all the other speakers. You know, it was Professor Malirapuru Makgoba who once said, Africans don't come to the university to erase their Africanness. And I think your grandmother's legacy is an example of that. Even in America, she did not erase her Africanness. Again, from all these, what we have been saying, somebody who's sitting somewhere, oh, there they go, they are mourning again, like the crazy follists, you know. You realize from being in an event like this, which is highly decolonial, by the way, in my books, that decolonization is something that we need desperately. Yes. Because this event on its own is actually a call to decolonize. Paulo Freire once said to us, the only model of humanity that we know is that of dehumanization. And the stories that we have listened to here today is all about dehumanization of our artists. And I guess it's also, again, Paulo Freire, who said, the oppressed, having internalized the image of the oppressor and adopted his guidelines, are fearful of freedom. The freedom that they all fought for. Now the oppressed in our governments, they are fearful. And I think you heard this young man. The program is going to change for a little while. I think I was briefed by some of the organizers that we are doing vote of thanks with Dr. Sebutladi, who will also give our guests gifts. And then you can grab something, and then we are going to have a big cultural performance by the Norquest. We have the Norquest. They are going to do a big cultural, just grab, it's just, you know, it's COVID. So everything is packed. So you just grab and come back here for performances. And we have two people here in our midst. And I'm not going to open this for discussion because of the time, and I'm sorry. We have to understand. But there are two individuals here. And that's Me Bushiru Matlou, Me Naledi Rammopo. These are two people who knows Mama Makeba from exile. And I'm going to give them a minute, because really I'll be committing suicide by not allowing you the mic. I'm at work here, and I could be blamed for certain things that I'm doing, which is not in the program. So on behalf of, I think I want you to speak from where you are and comment. And I'm taking the audience opportunity to ask questions and discuss, but I'm giving you, because these are very important people. So let's just, they come with the foundation. I want to thank the foundation for organizing all of these people. So I'm going to allow you, give Me Matlou. Yeah, Me Matlou is going to speak, and after Me Matlou, we will have Miriam Mopo quickly. Thank you, Ma.
she introduced me. I was in a hotel when she said I should move my things and come and join her in her hotel. And that is how I was bonded with her mother. She would lie on her bed and open her wardrobe and ask me to model her dresses. It was such a pleasure because those clothes were out of this world. She became a mother to us, the young ones at the time. We became singers, all of us were singers, because Miriam Makeba was a singer that was known from South Africa, so immediately they needed, oh, can you sing like Miriam Makeba? You know, so, and the band she used to wear on her forehead, that was her signature there, that she's from South Africa, so whenever we put it on, nobody needed to ask, I knew that these were South Africans. Oh my God, what a woman. She came to Ghana in 1979. I had a party for my mother in the little flat in the Accra where we lived. She came to see us in Mashinini. She said to me, he can't come to the party because, you know, those are petty bourgeois things, parties. He's out there. He's the soldier, he's going to, he's out there to be trained to come back and fight. So she came alone. I mean, can you imagine Miriam Makeba arriving at that flat, flat, one bedroom flat, 6 children. Mother and her 6 children, and that was bad, but she came. Fast forward, come to South Africa, we reconnect. I turned 50 in the year 2000. She goes to Sun City to perform, and she comes to my birthday party in the middle of the night at South Vietnam. I mean, what other honor can you ask for? That was Mama there. And the day her body arrived from Italy, the two of us were at the airport. We were the ones with the we were the ones who received that body as it came off of the plane. So we have pictures, you know, receiving her back home. And I cannot talk about the trauma of Mama dying and having to be cremated. It's just too much.
Hello everyone. So emotional today. But I'd like to take you back exactly 45 years ago today, when she turned 45. And 1977, we were all in Lagos. We had both graduated. I'm a doctor, and she's in communications. So she goes to our hotel, she said, oh, these are my children. These are my children. You know, just be careful, these are my children. Anyway, on this day, it's her birthday, and she decides she's going to cook. She cooked very well, African food, whatever. And in Lagos, we didn't go to Hyperama or food lovers. We went to the market. We go to the market for the freshest food. So then we go, the 3 of us, to a market called Sangros. Who comes from Lagos here? You know Sangros, the market, right? It's all women with all their freshest stuff and everything. And we get in there, and these women know it's her birthday. Somebody must have announced on radio, I don't know. So then we go back and I want to talk about her humility. She would stop, she would stop, like Bakwana and like Fulani people. They would answer and ask about the chickens and the goats and so then following here, these women, the apporting and eating and so on, and try to go along. It gets to a point where the girl and I stand aside and leave her with the market women. That was mass.
Thank you very much. Thank you kindly, and thank you for respecting the time. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm actually going to hand over. After speaking now, I'm not coming. I'm going to be sitting there. I'm handing over to my colleague, Dr. Sebo Tadi from the College of Law, to come and do the gifting. And I want to thank everyone. From me, Edith Dino Paswana. I am grateful, and I've had wonderful audience in you. Thank you so much. And from the TM School, College of Law, the Makeba Foundation. We are really grateful. Thank you so much for being such a man. Yes. Sorry, I forgot to introduce Methato. Methato is from the foundation, the Makeba Foundation, and then she will also be here doing the presentation. And Lulama Dladla is also here. They will be here together to assist Messi in terms of giving our guests these gifts. Rasana Lintwe necklace ilahlekile. Thank you. Okay.
Dumelang. Le kae? Re teng, ke mo Pitori. If it was my uncle, I would say, ke la ka leo, after everyone has said their, poured their hearts out. And I'd really like to thank the Thabo Mbeki School and the College of Law and the Miriam Makeba Foundation for the partnership that they had. Indeed, it has been a day, full of all emotions, physically, it was physically exciting and draining in some instances. But I like to think of this day as being a spiritual awakening for all of us. Somebody said that, the reason why us as Black people, we do not seem to be going anywhere, it's because we are busy with other people's stuff and we haven't even tapped into our roots. And one speaker after the other, they have alluded to that. And I asked myself, how do I then wrap up or give a summary? It seems it's an easy job to do for 10 minutes, but at the same time, it was difficult. And I'm not even gonna go through what everyone was saying. But let me just touch upon what was said towards the end, that we really need to tell our own stories. That is important. Seeing what is happening locally, regionally, and internationally. I mean, we all know what's happening with our African brothers and sisters, overseas now. And it's at this point in time that we really need to know who we are, whose we are, whose narrative are we pushing, and for the what. So they say that until a lion learns how to ride, the tale of the hunt will be written by the hunters. So we started off by the executive dean of the Thabo Mbeki School, who welcomed us. He also did that on behalf of the College of Law, Professor Kole, the executive dean, acting executive dean, and he also welcomed the Miriam Makeba Foundation and the family itself. And we won't be here without the family who were open enough to share their story, the story of who they really know, Mama Africa. We know her from watching TV and singing songs. Sometimes we didn't even know what the songs were about, but just sitting here and listening, it's that this person is not a musician. This is a lover of her peoples. She loves her people. She loved her people so, and it's with that today we are sitting here and standing here and talking about her. One of the speakers said earlier on that women are the custodian of knowledge. And we heard how they, told us about who they are, where they come from, but most importantly, their relationship with Mama. So with that, words such as that described her. She's a genius, she's a leader, she's an African woman, she's an Afrocentric, she's a Pan-Africanist. With all the titles that she had received, whether overseas or overseas, you could see that she really embodied those things. But I think it's someone who's humble enough to understand who they are, that they can give us what they have given us. You cannot give to the world what you do not have. She understood who she was. As a result, she gave us, herself in her whole totality. Prof. Ville did that. He opened, and I hope all of us were, felt that we were welcomed. But I want to go back to even before he started talking. I hope likwele meropa ella in the morning. Thank you. And for me, as I was sitting there, it's like, as usual, we'll just take our cameras and, just take pictures and stuff. And I'm thinking, I'm listening to the drum, and it's as if it's entertaining. But yeah, for others it's entertaining, but they're deeper. It's deeper. There's a deeper meaning to it. And as they were drumming, the drum. It's like I could feel, even in my body, some things that are there that I never knew that they were there. The chakras will open if we continuously do that. And I was hoping, can we just do that for long? But unfortunately, we couldn't. But I'd like to thank also the school for allowing that. Because in an academic institution, when we come to these conferences, we would have been done at 2:20. And I would have ticked the box that I've done that, moved on. But here it's about life, it's about experiences, it's about everything and anything that we are as Africans. Moving along to what then Ntate Letswalo said, and he started by saying that I had a dream, and I was like, okay, and he said, I don't think I should tell you the dream, and the people are like, tell us the dream. And in fact, the dream really talks about what is really happening now, because he asks two questions. If he dreamt that Mama was a president and then he was wondering who the ministers were, I'll leave it at that. I hope you'll all read his contributions, because I'm sure you'll tackle that, you'll continue with that, David. Moving along to the multi-perspectives on values, music, symbolism, and legacy, here we had the scholars. We had the academicians who came and spoke on their different disciplines and how those different disciplines interacted with Mama's legacy. Starting with Dr. Halani, I would just like to pick just one or two aspects from his presentation. He took us to the roots. He said music doesn't start when Galo comes into the picture and you are signing. It's deeper than that. Then he went into the roots and discussed the roots, that music really encompasses everything, and some of the musical, not genres, but some of who we are as a people and our representation out there that has not even yet come to the fore. He unpacked that. He also, with each and every speaker, there was a plea of some sort. They made a plea even as they were talking. And I think before I even move on with Prof. Halani's contribution, the plea that was made by Ms. Mokotu Thabo, who spoke on behalf of the Matriarchal Makeba Foundation, was that universities must collaborate with communities when it comes to these kind of issues. And that was taken up also by by David when he moved on with that. And that was what I was grappling with. What are we doing as institutions to make sure that these legacies are not just legacies out there? We bring them in and then it's community service. Again, in my space, we have what we call KPAs, key performing areas. And one of those is community engagement. While we have those, I think the Thabo Mbeki School, in collaboration with the law, will also get on board and assist. But that will be between the college management on that to decide on that. And she did tell us, Ms. Thabo, about Mama's Ubuntu, her philosophy and her values. Moving along, sorry. The plea from Dr. Halani was that he was wondering why people are saying, we want all these genres, African jazz, African yada yada and stuff, while we do have our own music here. It's like the world is waiting for Africa to tell its story. And Africa is still busy wanting to be the other. And I do hope at this point in time, even in the pandemic, that so many things have been exposed that we will be able to know what we need to do moving forward. Prof. Mutsa agitated us really because she talked about the lost epistemologies. And then she then narrated, went on to say that she posted something on Facebook and someone was asking me, are you speaking Russian or what? And that shows that we have lost identity as a people. But you went deeper into the naming, how we name people. How we name people and all those. I'm told I must wrap up and go. And then she also said to us that we need to go back and rectify. Another professor also came in and she talked about the importance of women leadership and how we can marry matriarchy and patriarchy when moving forward. And I think the IP, Dr. Baloyi spoke about the IP issues that that musicians come across when they do things. And what can I say about our memory keepers? They say you are living legends, but for us, you are our memory keepers. You are keeping memories. And what Osbongile said earlier on, that You are the institution, and for us the institution was these buildings, but you are an academic institution. The big question is now, how do we take the ones that are coming, bring them to the academic institution for them to write and catalog and bring those into the archive. I'm hoping I'm not leaving everyone, and what can I say about the youngins? The grandson, I mean, you taught us a lot, and here we're thinking that no one can tell us anything because we know everything, but then that shows that there's no dialogue going on. But then we really need to sit again as the older generation, even as the middle ones and the young ones, and start talking and bridge that gap, and that is when we will be able to communicate. Then lastly, Sipokazi, we are all going to be, someone was saying it, I came across a quote that says that people will always stab you in the back, but just know that they are behind you. They are not at the front. They don't see what you're seeing. So, and I think that is for all of us, that, when you are being stabbed at the back, then you just know that people, are at your back, they don't see what you're seeing, and you must just go on and do what you need to do. So I'd like to thank the schools, the collaboration that they had, the school, the College of Law, and the Miriam Makeba Foundation, and I just hope that this is just the beginning of, the narrative that we want to put out there, of us talking about ourselves, for ourselves, to build posterity, and not for other people to talk about ourselves. And thank you very much. Mama was a mentor as well, and we are thankful for the mentees who came and talked to us about her being mentoring, but I just love one thing, she was her sister's keeper as well. She was a sister's keeper. She was so many things that we are not even going to bottle in one thing. So thank you very much to the audience for engaging, to the organizers. I'd just like to leave before they throw me out of here. Thanks.
I think we have arrived to the moment where we are ending by giving the gifts, and I was advised we need to sing Mama Happy Birthday. I know Ringo will lead that song probably. Since Thabo, we have a gift that we are giving to the family first, and the 4 flowers to the 4 ladies who are on the panel. Our 3 mothers here will be giving the flowers and their gifts. And the families, and you should come at the front as well. There's a gift that comes from Mamleta and Uncle Kefas. It's a very historic gift that is coming to the family. But David, Tato. Where's gift? Our official photographer is not around, I think he has left. We can just take pictures a bit. And then the other gift, I think, Sis Tato, if you can give this gift to the family, it's a special gift. There's a card. I don't know whether Lindelani wants to read this card, but it said to Sis Zenzile. This is a special Tato. This is Sis Zenzile. This is a gift that will be given to the family. I don't know if Mam Zenzile or Lindelani, you want to open that card and read the message, or open it because it's a very historic present. Lumumba, you don't want to come at the front? Lumumba, you don't want to come to the front? Lumumba, you don't want to come to the front? Lumumba, French, before Ubutringo can sing us a happy birthday song to Mama, I'll just want Lindelani, Ubutringo, can you give Lindelani the mic just to read the message that came from the legends, Mamlet and Uncle Kefas?
this one out of it says dreams. As soon as you can. And that's my I was saying, just keep shining your light and being amazing to your amazing self. Happy birthday from Zenzile.
Yes, I don't know whether do you want to open those gifts, the images. Okay, thank you. Because that is very secret, they will open it at home. Yeah. Can I give it to Good Ringo now to sing the? Okay. Uncle Caswell, can you come to the? Professor Mota, I think you are missing. You are missing as one of the speakers earlier in the morning. I'm trying to get all the speakers who are speaking in the morning. Yes, I think we can start with remote.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Makeba. Happy birthday to you. How old are you?
There used to be that, I'm not shy. So, you guys have been here and you guys were playing some nice drums. I think that the best birthday, happy birthday would be Aluta Continua. My people, open your eyes and dance to the call of the drum. Renimo.
What we will ask people is that there is food outside, and for the elders, the food is at the holding room, but we are just doing this last performance. We will urge people when they leave, they will pick up the takeaways outside, but we are giving the Nokwes, these two children of Mom Noke, just to do a rendition. So we don't want you to leave, just give them that side. If we can leave, if we can get these two children. We want to thank all organizers from the Makeba Foundation, UNISA, as we are now giving this rendition by the grandchildren of Matthew Nok.
Okay, just one last minute. Let's just sit down and relax and listen to this. Thank you so much. I think you can imagine they are young and they were rehearsing the whole week. I mean, yeah. Let's just respect them. These are our future.
Thank you so much. I'm so honored to be here. My name is Biko, and this is my brother Mana. And together we are called Biko's Mana. So the song we're about to play is called Namandla, and it's an original song. Wow. Kwako
just had.